Hello, dear viewers. Support me by subscribing to my channel and share my video if you like it. And also, make sure you comment your thoughts. Now let's start the video.
Max POVs. In all my years since I first became a plumber, I must admit that I don't quite recall having been through so many missions in such a short amount of time. Not only that, but also that except for a few welcomed exceptions, we've been practically finding trouble everywhere we went this summer. I rather not think about how horrible things could have gone had my grandson not found the Omnitrix before it all started, especially considering the high chance of having it falling on Vilgax's hands, who for all I knew was supposed to be dead the last time we crossed paths, or the ridiculously common occasions where the whole world was in dire need of a hero. The plumbers were a thing of the past. I've already accepted that fact, the only remaining active agents being either profiting by scamming the ignorant masses like Phil has been doing, or were just concerned with safekeeping their own lands. It almost makes me wish I could bring those good old times back, but what Ben started by going public to the whole world has the potential to make a real difference that the plumbers couldn't possibly match. From what Ben and the girls tell me, they already got their hands on a space floating headquarters that officially puts Mount Rushmore in the past, as it obviously belongs. They offered me the chance to see it for myself, but I've already accepted that my days in space are over, and I'm really proud that theirs seem to just be getting started. Well, that's enough thinking about all of that. We still have plenty of road ahead of us before our summer trip ends. Speaking of that, arriving in Pittsburgh aboard the Rust Bucket admittedly stirred up another mix of nostalgia and excitement within me. The industrial city's charm and rich history never failed to impress me, and I looked forward to sharing this with Ben, Gwen, Lucy, and Kate. Our first stop at the Andy Warhol Museum was a special moment to all of us. Witnessing Ben's interest with Warhol's avant-garde art and Gwen's genuine appreciation for its creativity brought a smile to my face. Over lunch at Premantibros, Kate's voracious appetite and Lucy's infectious laughter filled the air, adding an always welcomed energy to our moments together. Lucy's gift for telling jokes and Kate's gloating about her recently improved powers kept us engaged even in between tourist attractions. To be honest, I don't actually miss the time when I had to actively work on bringing both Ben and Gwen together and away from their computers and video games. As we passed by the Carnegie Science Center, Gwen's enthusiasm for space and technology became so clear as she eagerly explored the interactive displays. "Look, Grandpa Max," Gwen exclaimed towards me, pointing at a model of a space shuttle. "Imagine traveling through the cosmos in one of these. It's incredible, isn't it?" I chuckled, recalling my past experiences while watching her animated gestures. "You've always had a brain for science, Gwen. Your parents must indeed be proud." Kate, who had been focused on examining a robotic arm nearby, chimed in. "Check this out, Max. This rover uses a similar design to what you've been talking about to me. Isn't it cool?" "Absolutely, kiddo," I replied, marveling at her display of interest and knowing that she was another gearhead in the making. As we moved to the next exhibit, Ben continued recalling the principles of astrophysics to Gwen, who listened with rapt attention. Despite not getting half of what they were talking about, their shared curiosity made the Science Center come alive with their excitement. Later, ascending the Duke-and Incline, memories of past adventures with Ben and Gwen's fathers flooded my mind. "Grandpa, are you doing fine?" my grandson casually asked me, leaning against the railing and looking out at the cityscape. I nodded, smiling at the memory this place brought me. "Your father loved this city. He and Frank always said Pittsburgh had a special charm. My father once told me that these were his most cherished memories of his childhood." Gwen added with noticeable emotion. "Yeah," Ben agreed, a hint of determination in his voice as he patted me on the back. "I'm just glad we are carrying out that legacy." I could only nod at that remark, lingering over what it really meant to me. The idea brought me a pleasant sense of family unity that remained as we eventually reached the top, greeted by the breathtaking view of Pittsburgh spread out below us. As we kept moving on to tour around Phipps Conservatory and Botanical Gardens, surrounded by the serenity of nature, I couldn't avoid being thankful at how our day had unfolded. As much as I still appreciate the thrill of action and ability to save others, this calm day was exactly what I needed. "Ha ha," Ben laughed at some of Gwen's remarks I failed to listen to. "You can't be serious." "I swear." "Eh," she replied back with a friendly smile. Lucy caught Kate totally by surprise. "Hey, Tennyson," Kate barged in with a flustered expression. "I can't believe she told you that." "Lucy." As Lucy began running around us with Kate tailing her with an angry expression, I had to admit these kids never ceased to spark some heartfelt laughter from me. Witnessing their wonder and enthusiasm throughout the day kept filling me with happiness. Our journey in the rust bucket has long stopped being just a road trip. It was a cherished memory that I would never forget for as long as I live. As the sun finally set over Pittsburgh, casting a golden glow over the skyline, we ended our local journey for that day back onto the rust bucket, my trusted companion through countless adventures that had once again carried me through an important day of my life. Questioning what the kids thought about visiting Las Vegas next, I was once again greeted by their immediate excitement and eagerness to keep our summer adventure going. "Las Vegas, huh?" Gwen exclaimed, eyes widening. "Think of all the cool magic shows and alien-themed attractions we could check out." Lucy joined with a grin. "And maybe stumble upon some intergalactic trouble too, knowing our luck. Right, Ben? I mean, not to jinx us or anything, but normal days like this are often the exception." As Ben remarked he could use more days like this, Kate joined with clear enthusiasm. "Count me in for the buffets and testing out my new powers in the bright lights." Their youthful energy once again filled the rust bucket with laughter, and I couldn't help but join in, looking forward to the next leg of our journey with these remarkable young heroes by my side. EMFs POV. "This is it," I thought to myself in genuine excitement minutes after teleporting me back to space. I finally got my hands on a proper home base. The megacruiser was by far the biggest prize in terms of space vessel during the classic series, even if you count all the hype surrounding Vilgax's ship. And by the context I got from the Galactic Enforcers, its stealthiness and defenses already had quite the reputation similar to what the Shadow Broker from Mass Effect had. Although I have been slowly dropping my active nativity while around the girls, they certainly had no clue of how much use I was about to put this massive ship on. Granted, their expectations for me were more than satisfied once I presented them with the simple idea of how I was going to turn this once illegal gladiator arena into a respectable watchtower ideal, to become Earth's first line of defense against any alien invasion. Cherry on top was the fact that I've also provided them their own exclusive White Room section inside the megacruiser, which, despite their incredibly vast sizes, were but small rooms inside this massive cruise ship. It's just that for now I've decided to keep to myself just how much of a brother eye this thing can be for me. As for what else I was left with, all the security guards that served Slick Svignia were repurposed into my first massive reform. Simply put, I built my own manufacturing facility to finally assemble my bioid army from the blueprints I got from Vilgax's ship back when I had my showdown with the Big Bad. Yup, pretty freaking awesome, and I don't use that term loosely, I thought to myself, letting out a casual whistle as I witnessed firsthand its activation. This ridiculous addition to the Ben 10 law was an absolute must for me to secure under my control. Sure, it would indeed bring me countless benefits for either study or training, but I would be a fool to underestimate its raw power given how these bland-looking androids were enough to match Albeda's inferior evolutionary function. After using my ultimate galvanic mechamorph upgrade transformation to upgrade the factory I've personally designed with my ultimate Galvan grey matter form, I finally succeeded in putting the line of production at full capacity. Their base form was considerably stronger than the robot guards Slick Svigma had serving him, and after hacking into the Forever Knight's archives, I've also granted them the same shape-shifting abilities they would implement while attempting to replace the president of the nation. Which also means that I will be able to retire my mud clones and finally put a stop to the weird feeling I kept getting by splitting my attention at so many places. Alpha, prepare a simulation room for me to test the first batch of bioids. I ordered my AI as I was immediately teleported away. At once, Alpha answered back just as I arrived in one of the many massive white rooms, prompting it to alter itself to resemble an inhospitable red waste of a sand desert with two smoldering suns. Simulation initiated. Planet Kas selected. Enhanced immersion. Casually raising my feet off the ground, witnessing as red sand fell from my shoes, before stepping down again just to witness how easily I could mark the ground with my footprint. I couldn't help but to find it amusing how these chambers managed to fool the senses. Only by channeling my mana through my senses was I capable of peeking through the matrix and seeing the truth behind this highly advanced magic trick. Master, the Bioids factory has already finished 10 units that have reached acceptable quality standards. How many should I send to you? I heard Alpha's voice informing me while waiting for my reply. Send all of them! I ordered while stretching myself for some action before mentally ordering my Omnitrix to turn me into my ultimate Tetramand, 4 arms form. Getting once again used to the massive gain of muscle mass and stature, I noticed being teleported to me 10 humanoid-looking robots with blank spherical faces and almost completely white bodies. That is until their primary function took action and they all flashed bright green lights and assumed the appearance of female Terramans with their above-average strength and stature. Their synchronization with my Omnitrix even granted them protective gear which I reasoned hailed from what the Watcher's database acknowledged as belonging to their culture.
What?
Don't look at me like that! It's not as if I am the first who thought about doing it. Ever heard about the Chakatrix? My Bioid army is of similar concept, but with a more practical use. As I reflected upon that curious fact, the 10 vermilion Amazons surrounded my position with tactical intentions to flank me. Even though I didn't grant these Bioids the ability to go ultimate, I knew Alpha's control over them should help lessen the gap of power between us. The training arena soon crackled with energy as I faced off against the synchronized mind of my Bioid drones, each opponent taking into consideration my imposing stature to better prepare their next move. Flexing my 2 massive arms, feeling the surge of enhanced strength coursing through me, my eyes narrowed as I assessed the Bioids' back, their movements fluid and precise, a testament to Alpha's master mind. The first couple of Bioids lunged forward with blinding speeds, aiming their powerful punches at my midsection, which I countered with a swift block, the impact sending shockwaves through the arena. Grinning fiercely, I retaliated with a series of casual thunderous blows as I casually spawned arms from my muscles' fibers, each strike calculated to test the Bioids' defenses. The second duo of Bioids circled me from the sides, their movements graceful yet deadly, as each feinted a kick only to quickly pivot into a spinning backhand strike. I anticipated their maneuvers, ducking low and sweeping my leg in a wide arc. The closest Bioid was launched miles away by that kick, while the closest leaped over my leg, somersaulting away with agility that rivaled what I recalled from Gen. Meanwhile, the remaining 6 Bioids closed in, attacking with synchronized precision. They alternated strikes, creating a relentless barrage that pushed me to actually take them seriously. Despite their numbers, I still held my ground, my strength proving to be a devastating match even against their collective strategy. As the spar intensified, the arena echoed with the clang of fists and the crackle of wind pressure colliding. My breath came in quick bursts, adrenaline fueling my determination to outmaneuver my Bioids. Eventually, I've experienced enough to recognize their patterns, exploiting moments of hesitation and adapting my strategy with each passing second. With a roar, I unleashed my ultimate move, channeling the full force of my enhanced abilities. My fists blurred as I unleashed a barrage of blows, each strike empowered by my unique physiology. The Bioids fought back fiercely, their determination evident in every calculated move, but soon they all began to break apart. Seconds stretched into a few minutes as the spar reached its climax. Actual sweat glistened on my brow, my muscles burning with exertion. The Bioids, undeterred by fatigue and only limited by their durability, continued to press forward with unwavering resolve. In a final surge of strength, I launched into a devastating combination attack. Pivoting, I delivered a powerful uppercut with momentarily increased density that sent one of the last remaining Bioids crashing to the ground. With lightning reflexes, I spun and delivered a sweeping kick that knocked two more off balance, only for me to blow them to pieces with the following enlarged punch. The last remaining bioid retreated a couple of meters. Apparently, Alpha was recalibrating its strategy in real time as it adjusted its awareness of the bioid's physical limitations. Not willing to lose the advantage I had acquired while still remaining alert for any signs of trickery, I lunged forward with renewed vigor, determined to capitalize on any opening. As I managed to neutralize my last opponent without overly relying on my superior strength, I was satisfied with the results I got. I welcomed the challenge, knowing that every spar sharpened my skills and pushed my limits. Just imagine what I will get once their numbers reach past the hundreds, or even thousands. Add to that the fact that they could also switch in between transformations if I so wished for, and I could finally understand why Vilgax was so obsessed with getting the Omnitrix for his bioid army. "Well done, Alpha," I complimented my AI. "Next time when I have more time available, we will be testing my other transformations." "Understood," it answered back, before informing me of another matter. "Master, there's an update that I must inform you about." That piqued my interest. "Really? Go on then." "It's about Protocol Camp Fear and Ultimate Weapon. They have finally reached the conditions to be put into motion. Alpha told me, which reminded me of how useful the megacruiser was to better plan out my cannon encounters. Which one should your task force prioritize? Has the mask been already secured in secret?" I questioned, recalling that I had almost absented myself for long enough for Max and the girls to start suspecting. "If so, let's prioritize the fungal outbreak. The Mayan temple has waited for so long, I doubt it will mind waiting some more." "Understood. I will inform the team." Alpha replied back as I prepared myself to teleport back to the rust bucket. I think I still know how to play the theme song of The Last of Us on my guitar," I mused as the red teleportation spotlight began engulfing me. "Seems appropriate for the occasion. Camp Fear, Heliquin's POV. The command center buzzed with tension as I stood amidst the swirling holographic displays, my tentacle-like hair bristling with anticipation as I failed to suppress a creepy cackle from escaping. With deft hands, I kept meticulously applying my white face makeup, each stroke a ritualistic preparation for the coming mission. "Alert! The next mission has been put into motion." Alpha's voice cut through the ambient hum, projecting mission details onto the holographic display. "We've detected signs of the underground fungal outbreak. Our surveillance has shown much earlier than expected what appears to be cordyceps-infected campers who are wreaking havoc at Camper Pinnacon." Alpha's authoritative tone echoed through the room. "Your mission: neutralize the threat and eliminate the mycelium brain responsible." "Understood, Alpha." The fake redhead of our group, Scarlet, answered while nodding sharply. She was our lackluster leader with the red-colored technological sword, gifted by none other than our great master, which was the only reason why I took her seriously in the first place. "Heliquin, focus on subduing the infected. Amber, Azure, I need you two to secure the perimeter." I couldn't help but let a mischievous grin spread across my face as Scarlet shot me a cautionary glance. My chuckle reverberated through the command center, my body contorting in a casual stretch that belied the excitement thrumming through me. "Quinn," Scarlet commanded. Her voice held a note of concern, her gaze piercing through my theatrics. "We can't afford mistakes, especially like the one committed by letting so many Death Angels come to our dimension back at Mount Rushmore. Do your job and try to keep the casualties at a bare minimum." I nodded eagerly, my mind already racing with the thrill of impending chaos and the desire to impress our wonderful master, the one who had made us worthy of acting as his personal task force, a group capable of leveling an entire city if necessary. As we stormed Camp Pinnacon, the supposed fungal nightmare unfolded with eerie familiarity to what we all had been trained for by Alpha through countless simulations. Scarlet's sword cut through fungal tendrils with ruthless efficiency, leaving no room for mercy. Amber's spear and Azure's bow were weapons of precision, quickly clearing and blocking paths with their calculated and lethal actions. As for me, knives danced in wild arcs, slashing through fungal growths with a reckless abandon that thrilled me to the core. not forgetting to make use of my superior strength with precision towards the raging infected civilians. Each knockout was accompanied by the audible sound of bones breaking and pained cries of the infected civilians, as I subdued them with calculated precision. "Hold them steady, Quinn." Charlotte's voice cut through the chaos, her sword flashing in the dim light of the campsite. "We need them alive." I grinned wickedly, the thrill of battle coursing through my veins. Alive, but not completely unharmed, right? Scarlett's gaze flickered with a mix of amusement and concern. "We were sent here to contain, not to destroy." All right, I replied with an annoyed tone. Meanwhile, Amber and Azure moved with synchronized precision. Amber's spear jabbed and parried mushroom monsters, while Azure's arrows found their mark with deadly accuracy through the rising spores. "Cover me, Azure," Amber called out, sweeping her spear in a wide arc. "On it," Azure replied, her voice steady as she fired arrows into the advancing fungal horde. Minutes blurred into a frenzied dance of battle and survival as Scarlett's leadership drove us deeper into the heart of the infestation, her determination unyielding. The infected campers screamed and stumbled, their wrathful snarls feeding my chaotic delight as I managed to put them to sleep. Finally, we descended into the labyrinthine tunnels where the mycelium brain was supposed to be lurking. Once we finally found it, I came to see a grotesque mass of pulsating malice. "This is it," Scarlett declared, her sword humming with purpose. I laughed maniacally, leading the charge while believing that ending this threat myself would please my master. Scarlett followed, her resolve unwavering as Amber and Azure fought with disciplined ferocity. "Stay sharp, gang!" Scarlett's voice rang out as we plunged deeper into the twisting tunnels. "We take out the brain, and this nightmare ends." The tunnels echoed with the sickening squelch of my knives meeting fungal flesh. Each strike fueled my exhilaration as the brain's psychic shrieks shook the earth and summoned all of its remaining offspring to its defense. "We're almost there." Scarlett's sword carved a path through writhing fungal tendrils. "Keep pushing." I felt a surge of adrenaline as I closed in on the pulsating mass for a final strike. With a primal roar, I unleashed my hair, drilling into the mycelium brain with savage precision as the brain convulsed and decayed under my relentless assault. "Alpha, mission accomplished," Scarlett announced, voice steady despite exhaustion. "Understood. Return for debriefing." Alpha's voice crackled through our minds. Amber and Azure nodded, expressions a mix of relief and unease. Scarlett's gaze softened briefly, acknowledging our shared victory. I grinned proudly despite being covered head to toe with the mycelium's goo, my loyalty steadfast as always. As we left the tunnels, I pondered our glorious purpose. We weren't meant to be heroines nor villainesses, but instruments of our master's will, poised and ready for whatever dark missions awaited us next. Back to EMFs POV. At last, after the camp incident was finally dealt with, I finally unlocked some Florona DNA from that giant mycelium monster that almost caused a fungus infection zombie apocalypse. "Ben, we still need to discuss our plans for our birthday this year," Gwen suddenly asked me. "Dude, I still can't believe you two are like twins, but from different parents," Kate remarked with a groan. "I'm sure that I'm not the only one that finds it weird, right?" "Hey, I think you might be overthinking it, Kate," Lucy joined in with a casual laugh. "From my alien side of the family, we sort of all have similar dates of birth. Not sure if it's some piece of culture I never learned from being born here on Earth, but my mother told me it's really common to be born during the change of seasons in our home world." "I wasn't aware of that, Lucy. Thanks for sharing it," I told her, receiving a friendly nod from her before turning back to Gwen. "And don't worry about it, Gwen. I will help you out with organizing it later. Thankfully, we still have 6 months to send out the invitations. For now, I'm going to need everyone's help for something." Standing now farther away from the main road so as to not be bothered by unwanted attention from the casual civilian, the environment around my group and I was not all that much different from our usual stops during our road trip. "A new transformation?" Max questioned me while the girls perked up at that new information I've just shared with them all on our way here. "It seems so. I casually shrugged, making it seem less worthy of note than it actually was. I wanted to test it out now while there's no emergency. Better to get used to its new abilities as soon as possible. That's some sound reasoning. Max told me with a proud smile. Go on, champ. We will assist you with what we can. Yeah, Ben. Gwen joined in, raising her sketchbook ready to make drawings of my new form, with both Lucy and Kate showing similar anticipation in their looks. Please don't keep us waiting any longer. Nodding at my family's remarks, I mentally selected the appropriate silhouette on my Omnitrix, immediately starting the transformation process, and once the blasting green light faded, my skin was the one left colored green. My Florona wild vine form was a humanoid plant with one blue eye in the middle of my face, 5 vine-like legs, 4 long fingers on my hands, Venus flytrap-shaped flaps with greenish teeth covering my head, a secondary set of eyes shared on each shoulder, and fruits on my back that I knew I could use as either explosives or smoke bombs. The Omnitrix badge would have found its place on my chest, but since now I could have it hide away for infiltration purposes, that was my preferred setting for most of my transformations. So, the first thing that caught my attention was how my senses changed. I could in a way communicate with all the plant and fungus-based life forms around me, even the ones colonizing human bodies. It's just that their level of intellect wasn't high enough to be categorized as sapient. My green sense, as I would like to call all the thoughts I got from the surrounding green life, helped me gather information about my surroundings, like a mixture of both echolocation and thermal vision. Wow! You became a giant root, Kate almost shouted in amusement. Root? Lucy remarked right after, as I began testing my stretchy physiology. Get a clue, Kate? He obviously is a vine. Right, Gwen? While Gwen seemed to not notice anything but the specific traits of my transformation, Max stepped forward while caressing his chin. If my memory is not failing me, I believe that I have seen something similar in the old plumber database. Quite the nasty ambush predator this species is. Despite being able to gain sustenance just like regular flowers do, they seem to be more than capable to make do as carnivores. I see. Thanks, Grandpa. That's an excellent baseline for me to start, was my response to Grandpa's piece of wisdom, which in all honesty wasn't anything that I didn't know already. Stretching my arms enough to swing them around made everyone wince at the loud crack of my improvised whips. Ooh, being hit by that must hurt like hell. Kate was the first to comment. To be honest, I don't think the base species is intelligent enough to implement that sort of attack. Max told us after putting some thought into it, more likely to lounge and try to ensnare you with its stretchy appendages. Just as Max was about to continue, I flexed my body and razor-sharp thorns bursted all around my body. Yeah, and finish you up with something like that. Max sighed while scratching his nape. Is this transformation only good for combat? Gwen finally spoke up. I mean, you are some sort of an alien plant. Perhaps you can make some flowers bloom or create some powerful medicine herb. I never heard of any Florona. Max was about to share his experience with Gwen before I rooted my hands on the ground. Soon after, a large area on the ground began to quickly grow a thick layer of grass, with several alien yet beautiful-looking flowers, and even some succulent-looking alien fruits. Wow, it's so beautiful! Lucy gushed before running around my instantly made garden. Are you drawing this, Gwen? You bet I am! Gwen replied in excitement while crouching down to better inspect a nearby alien rosebud that just bloomed. Not to be a downer, Kate spoke up while pinching her nose, but I'm not that much of a fan of all this pollen. As the girls kept reacting to the green field I just conjured, Max couldn't help but to show how amazed he was with everything. The Omnitrix really was much more than a weapon. Never would he have guessed that such a vicious species was capable of accomplishing anything similar. Leaving them to marvel at one of my minor uses of chlorokinesis, I had my Venus flytrap close right before testing my digging abilities. I must say that my current underground speed seemed to easily match both my Vulpimancer Wildmutt and Petrosapian Diamondhead ultimate forms. Rising up from the ground half a mile away through merging with the roots of a tree and coming out of one of its highest branches, I was reminded how much of an ambush and run this transformation was. But since I still wanted to include the rest of the group on my test drive session, I picked another ability I wanted to familiarize myself with. Stretching out multiple arm-like appendages ahead to grab onto another tall standing tree, I slingshot myself all the way back to where Max and the girls were waiting for me, landing safely after casually swinging around the nearby trees while doing my best Kamui Woods' impression. By then I had also learned how to curl my 5 tendril legs into a set of limbs more appropriate for running and jumping, similar to how my Chimera sui generis Vilgax form twisted its tentacles in order to gain arms. "Nice moves, Tennyson," Kate remarked with an impressed whistle, already aware that my spores weren't allergenic triggering, that is, unless I wanted them to be. "Though you were going to leave us behind, that would defeat the point of calling you guys here," I answered her with a green smile. "Hey, you know, this transformation rocks and all, but I hope you know that it would only take a fire to put you at a disadvantage," she told me while crossing her arms, the seriousness in her voice being a product of countless times when I had her measure both the strengths and weaknesses of each of my transformations before she absorbed them. My plan never was to have a single transformation that would stand in for all the others, although I'm confident that I can mimic some fire-retardant plant. If things ever get too out of hand, I can always change to a more appropriate one. I explained to her my reasoning, momentarily switching to my Pyronite Heat Blast transformation before morphing back to my Floruna Wildvine form. "Sure, if you say so," Kate replied, before looking past me and began shouting at Lucy. "Hey, Mudbrain, don't eat that. Those fruits are, Why do you make me have to explain these things?" "But it's tasty," Lucy replied after gulping another berry. "I've spawned just recently. Ben, you are delicious." That prompted an awkward silence between both me and Kate, who immediately facepalmed. Thanks, Lucy," I replied with a faltering smile, noticing that even Gwen had joined Lucy once she heard her previous comment. Just then I decided to move forward and activated the ultimate feature in order to finally see how my recently improved algorithm would evolve my transformation. As the green wave of energy washed through my body and prompted considerable alterations to my DNA, I found myself as a considerably larger, upright standing plant alien with a pitcher plant-like body the size of the rust bucket, with the same single, large eye on my face and 4 tentacle legs resembling roots. Another difference I noticed were the 4 long orange claws on each of my hands, covered in a purple toxin I now naturally produced, with barbs similar to my nails located on my forearms and near the ends of my root legs. "Man, I know I've already said this, but your ultimates are so metal," Kate remarked while the others gathered around me. "They all feel like the final boss of an epic video game." "Hey, I like that idea," I remarked while easily towering over her and the others, mind lending me a hand to test out how useful this transformation might be. "Not at all, that's why we are here," Kate said with a grin while cracking her knuckles. As she reached for her belt, both Lucy and Gwen readied themselves for some action. "Let's start small. Perhaps if I just raised a couple of trees to," I thought while trying to amp up the chlorokinesis movement I've just pulled minutes ago with the small garden. However, instead of having to mentally force each plant within a certain radius of feet, I've actually surprised myself with how quickly massive vines bursted out of the ground. "Watch out!" Max shouted, pulling Gwen closer while Lucy rescued Kate from being hurt by the massive beanstalk-looking vines filled with thorns that kept spawning from all around us. "Hey, Ben," I heard the girls shouting out. On the one hand, I wasn't as careless as to let that slip-up of mine keep endangering my family, so the area near the rust bucket wasn't all that much affected other than the initial shock. On the other hand, by the time I had halted the uncontrollable plant growth I had caused, the scenery at least a mile away from where I stood had been altered to resemble some mythological-looking forest.
Wow, I certainly wasn't expecting this scale of topographical terraforming.
Did Technorg's innate ability cause such discrepancies with my evolutionary feature?
I thought.
Witnessing my instantly made hunting ground after blooming out on top of a massive flower from the highest plant I've raised from the ground. Faster than my digging speed, I traveled through the plant life I had summoned and quickly made my way back to my group. "Is everyone okay?" I asked, startling both Kate and Gwen, who were still in complete awe at their surroundings. Fortunately, yes, Max said after making sure that his RV wasn't damaged in any capacity. But I believe you might have overdone it a little bit, champ. Apologies, everyone. This ultimate form has certainly surpassed my expectations. I pointed out before retracting my colorful claws and eventually better understanding my own physiology, sensing the presence of microzonidocytes that could shoot out venomous stingers to cause paralysis. I would rather not risk this paralysis toxin might give an awful welt to the skin, or worse. Ben, isn't this a bit of an overkill? Gwen asked as she approached us. Are you trying to scare the bad guys or us? Come on, Gwen. It's not as if he's going to use it on the run-of-the-mill burglar. Lucy defended me while still admiring the change to our surroundings that I've provoked. Pinky here's right, Kate joined. We've literally been kidnapped by an alien spaceship not much ago and only came on top of that whole situation thanks to Ben. Max remained silent. His pondering expression led me to believe that not only was he granting us the space to settle this discussion by ourselves, but he was also reflecting over the points being raised. Yeah, you all got a point, Gwen eventually acknowledged without much protest. So do you think we can actually help you with anything? Actually, I gave her a green smile before rooting myself in the middle of the safe area I had kept for them, retracted inside my pitcher body, flipping it upside down before opening it up into two halves, which formed a large acidic maw with sharp teeth-like structures. How about some light training? Bring it on, Tennyson, Kate replied defiantly while activating her belt, with both Gwen and Lucy following suit. Max immediately understood his role in guiding the girls to work together effectively and point out some important flaws in their fighting styles. What followed next was an arduous exercise session, where I focused on mastering all the vast power of my current ultimate form without losing control, and the girls were once again to push themselves past their current limits and strengthen their teamwork. Shakoban. The prison was built on the island that was originally inhabited by the dark wizard, Eris, who used it to lure and torture Muggle sailors. Ultimate weapon, Heliquin's POV. The ancient Mayan temple stands as a testament to forgotten legends and untold mysteries, its weathered stone walls adorned with intricate glyphs that whispered tales of gods and warriors long past clashed against the invasive flora that seemed to have developed inseparable roots with its foundation. Alpha's voice, ever crisp and authoritative, echoed through our minds as we approached the temple's entrance. Since our scout agents have successfully acquired the Mayan mask before it was found by external forces, Alpha intoned, your current mission is to retrieve the ancient Mayan sword of Iqua, the god of war. Exercise caution. The temple is riddled with traps and, if legends are to be believed, protected by ancient spirits. Scarlet, with her ruby-colored tech sword humming with restrained power, nodded stoically. Understood, Alpha. Gwen, stay vigilant. Amber, Azure, watch our flanks. I grinned eagerly while hanging upside down from the ceiling, my tentacle-like hair once again twitching with anticipation before another opportunity to please my master. To my annoyance, Amber and Azure kept exchanging wary glances, their trust in Alpha's intel evident despite the unease gnawing at their resolve. To think this place has remained untouched for centuries. Amber murmured, scanning the shadowed corridors with a wary eye. Azure nodded in agreement, her bow at the ready. The aura here feels ancient, almost sentient. Enough chatter, Scarlet cut in sharply, her gaze sweeping the temple's interior. Focus on the mission. We don't know what else lurks within these walls, so be ready for anything at any moment. As we examined the temple's interior, we noticed that it was a labyrinth of shadowed corridors and intricately carved chambers, each step fraught with the peril of ancient traps waiting to ensnare the unwary. Even if we were nearly impervious to any kind of mundane weapon, Scarlet's highly advanced sensors and my keen instincts guided us through twisting passages lined with crumbling statues and faded murals depicting blood-curdling battles of gods and mortals. Amber's spear and Azure's bow proved their worth. Their skills honed through countless training sessions as they disabled tripwires and pressure plates with precise efficiency. Careful, Quinn. Amber warned, her voice low. These traps are old but can surely be inconvenient. I chuckled softly, twirling my knives in eager anticipation. Wouldn't be much fun to avoid them if they weren't. Hours passed in tense silence, broken only by the occasional creak of ancient mechanisms and our hushed footsteps echoing off stone walls. The air was thick with a palpable tension that heightened with each step deeper into the heart of the temple. At last, sooner than I had anticipated, we reached the heart of the temple, a vast chamber bathed in the eerie glow of torches fueled by seemingly eternal flames. In the center, atop a Mayan pyramid adorned with offerings and incense, rested the legendary sword of Ictua. Its golden blade shimmered with a hypnotic sheen, pulsing with ancient power that resonated through the very air we breathed and made our hearts skip a beat. "We've found it," Scarlet quickly informed Alpha, her voice reverent as she approached the sword. "Be on your guard. Ancient artifacts like this are never unguarded." Just as expected, our triumph was short-lived as the chamber trembled with a dark, foreboding presence. From the shadows emerged a dreadful guardian. His towering form, draped in shadows, exuded an aura of primal malevolence. His eyes, bottomless abyss, flickered with an otherworldly light as he surveyed the intruders who dared to disturb his domain. Scarlet raised her sword defiantly, her stance unwavering in the face of what we had yet to realize was divine wrath. Amber and Azure flanked him, weapons poised for battle, while I twirled my knives in eager anticipation. The skeletal creature's laughter echoed through the chamber, shaking the ground and chilling our bones with the weight of centuries-old malice. "With me!" Scarlet commanded, her voice cutting through the darkness. "We face the wrath of the ancient guardians head-on." I grinned maniacally, adrenaline coursing through me as we charged into battle. Amber and Azure fought with disciplined ferocity, their attacks as always precise and coordinated. Yet this grim titan's power surpassed anything we had faced before. With a wave of his hand, he sent us sprawling, our bodies battered and spirits shaken. "Stand firm!" Scarlet's voice rang out, her sword blazing with renewed vigor. "We cannot falter now." With a gesture, the monster of darkness unleashed a torrent of spectral corpses that tore through our defenses like a tempest. Scarlet's sword clashed with its oppressive force, the clash of powers easily shaking the very foundations of the temple. Amber and Azure fought with disciplined resolve, their attacks weaving intricate patterns of defense and offense. Yet this grim titan's power surpassed anything we had faced before. With a wave of his hand, he sent us sprawling, our bodies battered and spirits actually shaken. As darkness threatened to consume us, a figure removed the godly sword from the top of its altar. It was our master, his form shifting with the flicker of spectral energy, Ghost Freak. Our gazes flickered with relief and reverence. "Master, hold your head high, my servants." Our master's ghostly presence radiated with a calm assurance that contrasted with his chilling voice and belied the chaos around us. "You've all faced Apurch, the Mayan god of death, and will live to tell the tale." His singular purple eye, ablaze with chilling determination, locked onto Apurch with unwavering resolve as he reached towards the badge barely hidden underneath his greyish ghostly skin and twisted it, leaving it sticking out with 4 grey spikes as a green wave of energy transformed his already terrifying transformation into something much worse than my deepest fears. Unable to look at it for long, what I could describe was that his ghostly interior bursted out its grey skin, which now became a black veil that coated his chest, arms and back. His singular, terrifying eye now rested on a skull-like head stretched by a long neck, skeletal gauntlets on his arms where his fingers ended in talons, purple wailing spectres on his back, and a jaw on its tail. With a surge of spectral gloom, our master engaged Apurch in a clash of titanic forces. Arcane energies clashed and intertwined, the very air vibrating with the intensity of their unfathomable struggle. We all rallied our hopes behind our master, our unity and resolve bolstered by the unyielding determination to protect our newfound purpose. Our master's recently acquired godly sword in his right hand thrummed with what I assumed must have been limitless power, while his left hand carved ancestral runes in the air with its claws as if nails on a chalkboard. his presence alone humming with a resonant energy that echoed through the chamber and defied the Mayan master of death itself. With a gesture, Apuch summoned ethereal tendrils of deathly energy that lashed out with spectral ferocity, only for our master to casually swirl through the onslaught, his sword deflecting and parrying with a grace born of unparalleled preparation. His offense and defense moved in synchronized harmony, weaving a metaphorical wall of shields and spears that stood its ground against the relentless assault of the ancient Grim Reaper. The air crackled with arcane power as our master unleashed a torrent of necrotic ghosts of himself, their strikes precise and calculated. His recently acquired godly weapon eventually struck true amidst that barrage of death, puncturing Apuch's ethereal armor with pinpoint accuracy and ancient glyphs that flared with pitch-black patterns. Yet Apuch's divine essence was formidable, his laughter echoing through the chamber like a death knell. However, unbeknownst to me, the tide of battle turned over in our favor as the waning belief in ancient gods proved to be that much of a difference in the end. In a final decisive moment, our master's spectral form radiated with a power that surpassed the fading glory of Apuch's divine reign. The Mayan god of death recoiled, his form dissipating into wisps of shadow as the master's power asserted dominance over the ancient deity and absorbed what I could only speculate was its godly spark. "Master!" we all gasped, our voices a mixture of relief and reverence. The master nodded solemnly, his gaze sweeping over us with a mixture of satisfaction and expectation. As he murmured, his voice carried the weight of ages past and ancient forces that once held sway over mortal realms. "You have much to learn, my servants, but for now you all shall rest." As we left the long-forgotten temple, I'm proud to say that I wasn't the only one to reflect upon the trials we had faced. Each step up till now had tested our limits and forged a bond that transcended mere loyalty, binding us together as instruments of a destiny shaped by forces beyond our comprehension. To Natfi's POV. Phew. So glad that sword didn't crumble to dust the moment I got my hands on it. I thought to myself once I got back to the USA, sure, I had prepared some charms of momentary stasis in case its time had caught up with it. But until I mastered the mystical arts of chronology, picking the sword up was still a gamble, one that would lead me to mainly rely on my ultimate ectonurite ghost freak form, which could have totally backfired if it ended up being susceptible to Apuch's divine necromantic powers. Raising the shiny golden sword up with my right hand while also staring at the holographic display of my ultimate ectonurite ghost freak form on my other raised hand, I inspected each one with a pleased smile. I've finally evolved all of my original 10 aliens, and faster than Ben Prime took to experience the master control for the first time. I mentally patted myself on the back. Now, as for the sword, sadly it is no Ascalon, but that doesn't mean I will just throw it away, otherwise Grandpa Max might have a similar change of personality to what he displayed during the episode. It appeared on the classic series. Besides, I'm also aware of some people that would respect me even more once they learn I have it in my possession. If manicuring them was easy before, just you wait to see what I can make them do now. However, before I could prepare myself to make contact with the Forever Knights, I began hearing voices in my head. Uche us. Great, the devil is finally waking up, and all I had to do to make you bold enough to come out and play was to fight off an actual god of death after evolving you to your ultimate form. I sighed while hearing the ghostly laughter. Well, it's about time. I really wanted to have this pending issue solved by the time I got to see future Ben. Or will it be future me? I'll cross that bridge later, alongside my task of finding the 3 Halloween-themed alien transformations that work together to bring Ghost Creep here back. It'll petrified? Ha 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 ha! I'm actually pleased with you, mortal. Despite your impressive efforts, you still have so much untapped potential. It will be a pleasure to show you. I thought, while retaining my usual calm demeanor, crouching down where I was before starting to carve some lines on the ground. As a result, the demonic voice seemed annoyed at my lack of reaction towards its own words. Cry, I know you can hear me. Obey my commands or feel my wrath. I don't think you actually realize who you are dealing with. I finally remarked, having just finished the magical circle that had taken me quite some time in my ultimate Galvan grey matter form to make sure would be enough. Source care. The magical circle finally lit up with black flames at my last word, finally initiating the ritual I had long been storing up enough of my anodite energy for. What? How do you know that name? Does
it really matter?
I casually dismissed the ancient being's malicious aura as it became bound to black fiery chains. I could have very easily wiped you from the sample of ectoneurite DNA stored inside the Omnitrix, but I'm after more than your species' innate abilities. Fool! You think this petty magic trick is enough to keep you safe from my wrath? I don't think you realize who you are dealing with. No one can get away from me. Ugh, sure, go on. Keep resisting and leave my dramatic reveal hanging, I said, disappointed that the encounter I had been planning since I first transformed into my ghostly form wasn't going the exact way I wanted. Just so you know, the thing I'm after is all of your knowledge. Drawing up the godly golden sword I got from the Mayan temple, I buried it deep into the middle of my magic circle with the utmost care so as not to provoke an explosion that would dwarf even the strongest atomic bombs. I mean, even without that many people following it, the title of Deathy shouldn't be underestimated. Regardless, the black flames that had been restraining Zug's scare up till now began tightening and literally burning him, though differently from the usual sunlight allergy the demon had previously displayed during his appearances in the cartoon. This time I was confident that there was no coming back. As the burning creature screamed so loud in panic, I felt its ghostly ashes swarm around me and merge with my very essence, the eldritch knowledge accumulated after countless eras this entity had been alive. Ha! And you had the nerve to speak to me about untapped potential. I said while starting to understand arcane teachings that made the Archimada book feel like a children's alphabet book. Once the echoes of Sazka's blood-curdling screams had finally ended, I felt the godly spark I got from a pooch pulsating like a dark heart on the right side of my chest, while my original heart pulsated with my improved anodite spark. The aspect that escaped my notice, however, was that my hair had become white for a brief moment as I conjured undead shadows of my fallen foes. Tough luck. Hexer's POV. The hours passed in the fortress, the stillness broken only by the occasional patrol of knights moving through the corridors. I sat meditating in my cell, the air thick with the musty scent of ancient tomes I could sense being safely stored near me and the lingering bitterness of defeat. Reviewing the events that had led me to this point, the battles fought, the losses endured, and the resilience of my kin in the face of adversity. My meditation was interrupted by the arrival of a knight bearing a message, a summons to meet with their leader in the council chamber. In the council chamber, lit by flickering torches and adorned with ancient tapestries depicting battles of old, an imposing knight with a golden mask and a crown awaited my arrival, flanked by his guards and a weird-looking scientist. The atmosphere was tense yet charged with a shared feeling I was having a hard time discerning. Enoch, I acknowledge with a mix of suspicion and weariness, shall I feel humbled by being regarded as such an important person to deserve an audience with the current leader of the Forever Knights? Surely your forebears would raise you to believe so, isn't that right? Enoch's mask betrayed no emotion, with his stance just as imposing as he sat towering over me from his raised throne. Such arrogance was already expected from one of the accursed immortals, especially from the infamous Hex. But to remain as such after being humiliated and defeated by the young vigilantes that have been appearing throughout the news, Enoch began, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken intentions as the present knights let out a few snickers of disdain towards their prisoner. Seems I have greatly underestimated your pride. Before I could respond, a knight without his helmet, who had a short beard, blue eyes and a semi-bald head of black hair, stepped forward. My liege, please allow me to interrogate the prisoner. I'm sure someone as long-lived as him would have valuable insight in regards to the existence of the male vigilante, he declared, a hint of obsession lacing his voice. Silence, Sir Driscoll. Enoch's voice intimidated the man near me. With his raised hand, he halted the knight right in his tracks. Your contributions to our cause have already granted you a special place amongst our ranks, but I advise you to not test my patience." The knight, whose name I've uncovered to be Driscoll, immediately bowed down, seeking forgiveness, to which Enoch merely waved away. "Indeed, you've demonstrated your authority," I nodded in acknowledgement, with a thoughtful tone. My gaze flickering between Enoch, the group of knights, and the strange scientist from before. "But if I may be bold to request the reason for why you brought me here, boy? Surely this isn't a social visit just to brag about capturing another one of my kind." Enoch exchanged a meaningful glance with the now grinning doctor before addressing me with measured authority. "As a matter of fact, as strange as it may seem, the leader of the Forever Knights actually appeared to adopt a less hostile attitude towards me. Since you've requested for straightforwardness, I won't equivocate. I seek an alliance with you, Warlock," he declared, his voice echoing in the confined space. Some of the knights began discussing amongst themselves, hinting that it wasn't a topic that had been thoroughly discussed beforehand. "As I'm sure you might have noticed in the past few decades, my organization has shifted its focus away from magic, granting your kind some breathing room to wander around. Not to imply that we stopped keeping tracks of magical threats, proved by the fact of how we got our hands on you. But what you may not be aware of is that our focus now resides over the threats from outer space. Some of our most influential figures have persuaded me that your abilities could prove invaluable in this new era." My brow furrowed, struggling to grasp the weight behind the offer that has been made, while also undoubtedly failing to prevent skepticism from tinging my features. "An alliance?" I repeated, my voice laced with incredulity. "After centuries of hunting down magic wielders, you now seek my assistance? It would be hilarious if it wasn't so disrespectful. Eons will go by before I forget the fate your organization granted my brother, a prisoner for hundreds of years who probably still endures all sorts of attempts to terminate his life. I would never challenge your memory to forget that, but it has been brought to my attention that the Dark Dragon of Dagon has proven himself a danger to even your own people," Enoch acknowledged boldly. "The least I can claim to appease your indignation is that since my organization has sealed him, none have dared to trespass his containment." As I dwelled upon his words, conjuring up memories in my mind of my last moments with my brother and how ruthless he had become, I was left actually contemplating the frankness of my enemy. What guarantee do I have that this isn't a ploy to get rid of the still remaining few of us? "I cannot undo the past, Hex." Enoch's posture hardened, his resolve unyielding as he admitted, his voice seemingly heavy with the weight of tradition and hierarchy within the Knights. "But I can grant you the authority to manage our sector of magic, which also implies that I will be trusting you with our long-preserved and guarded artifacts. If your worth is proven to us, I will advocate for you to recruit more of your own." I bristled at the implication of the offered perks. "And what of our continued autonomy?" I interjected sharply, my voice cutting through the tension amongst the other knights. "Will the Forever Knights respect our ways, our tradition?" Enoch regarded me with a measured gaze, his respect for my resilience evident. "Your autonomy will be respected," he assured me firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "This alliance is a partnership of equals, each bringing unique strengths to the table." I exchanged a knowing glance with the previous knight who requested to interrogate me, silently hating the delicate balance of power and potential within our centuries-old enemy's grasp. "For Spellbinder's sake and the future of magic," I declared, my voice resonating with determination, "I will entertain the possibility of joining this alliance, but know this, Enoch, we will not be deceived again. My trust must be earned." Enoch nodded in agreement, his gaze steady as he met my scrutiny. "Trust is earned through actions, not words," he affirmed, his voice carrying the weight of his convictions as he descended from his throne. "Let us prove ourselves to each other, Hex. Together we can forge a future where both factions can coexist in harmony." I paced the confines of my shackles being unlocked, my mind racing with the implications of Enoch's offer and my current lack of alternatives. I have always known that the knights were pragmatic, but this shift in their focus from magic to the extraterrestrial threats was a revelation. Enoch's outstretched hand, waiting for a handshake, signaled a potential turning point in our long-standing enmity. As I shook his hand, the unease amongst the knight immediately ended, as if it was too late to protest anything. The doctor, tailing the leader of the Forever Knights, finally stepped forward eagerly, similar to the man known as Driscoll, but with a clearly more friendly attitude. He cleared his throat and spoke. "Greetings, my name is Dr. Elorisius Anima. I must admit that I find your command over what you call magic. It's unprecedented to my understanding. I can barely imagine what we could achieve. Blending your arcane knowledge with my scientific advancements, the intricacies of how you channel energies that defy our understanding, it's a puzzle I'm yearning to solve." Regarding the scientist with a raised eyebrow, I had to admit that I found the knight's shift from religious zealotry towards science through the ages actually intrigued me. "And what do you propose, Dr. Anima?" Anima's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm before promptly stepping closer to me as if bridging the gap between our worlds and replying, "Collaboration." Right then my curiosity was piqued by the scientist's unorthodox interest in magic. Animo appears to be a scientist first and foremost, with his fascination with magic being driven by a thirst for knowledge. If I can offer him insights that align with his ambitions, he may prove to be a valuable ally inside the organization. Meanwhile, I began making plans for my future. Unbeknownst to me, Driscoll observed our interaction with a mix of resentfulness and begrudging curiosity. Despite his mistrust and personal feelings towards both my kind and the knights, he couldn't deny the allure of potential knowledge and power that such an alliance could bring. Yet, his ambition to one day become the true protector of Earth remained steadfast, a reminder of the sacrifices and battles he had endured since he left the plumbers. As the discussions continued late into the night, I navigated the delicate negotiations with a mix of skepticism and shrewdness, my resilience a testament to both magical heritage and unyielding resolve gained from centuries of experience. Outside the council chamber, the fortress of the Forever Knights stood silent and watchful, its ancient stones bearing witness to the dawn of a new era. EMFs POV. Elsewhere on a highway bridge in the Nevada desert, a retirement bus was hanging precariously off of the edge, dangerously close to falling. The senior passengers inside were panicking before they felt a sudden jolt on either side. They looked behind them to see Kate, who had absorbed the Tetraman's forearm's DNA from her belt, pulling back on the bus's bumper with a groan as Gwen was out front, pushing with all of her telekinetic energy while standing over her alien hoverboard towards the front of the vehicle. Once they had set the bus back safely on the bridge, Kate broke the back door off and gazed at the senior citizens within. "It's okay, everyone. Everything's all right now," Kate said as she started to walk away with Lucy giving an ahem to her while gesturing to the passengers. "So you're not going to help us off, Miss Red Giant?" an old man asked as Gwen hovered up towards her. "Who raised you anyway? I'm sure that other hero, Omniboy, would help us till the end without us having to ask." "Sorry about that, everyone," Gwen said apologetically, her identity disguised by her hero suit. "We are still heroes in practice." "Be a dear and carry me, would you?" an old woman with a walker asked. "My bunions are killing me." "Your bunions, my butt," another old woman asked. "My new hip is killing me. I'm first." "Why did I come along again?" Lucy asked in amusement as Gwen and Kate got to work in helping the seniors out. Back in the rust bucket, I couldn't help smiling as I was enjoying my free time on my laptop, researching magical artifacts and wizards like Stonehenge, dream catchers, charm bracelets, etc., before I looked at my right arm where I could feel faint marks of my collection of charms. "Only the keystone is missing," I smirked. "Hopefully there won't be anyone else looking for it, since good old Hex and Charmcaster appear to be behaving well." Kate sighed back to her human form as Gwen and Lucy walked inside with a groan. "Sometimes this hero stuff gets way old. Hey Ben, now that the Omniboy is public knowledge, everyone seems to measure us to you." Gwen sighed as she removed her hood and mask. "As much as I like it sometimes, today wasn't one of those times." "You should be proud of yourself, girls," Max told them. "Those folks would have been in a real pickle without you three." "I know," Kate said as Lucy dragged her to the kitchen to help cook dinner. It's just that we would like just one regular summer day where we can just sit back and do nothing, Gwen said as she sat down next to me with a sigh as she looked at my Omnitrix. It just feels like these powers are both a blessing and a curse. The worst part of that whole bus thing was when those old grannies wanted us to go with them to some boring magic convention in Las Vegas, Kate remarked while helping Lucy. As if. That was when I saw Gwen's eyes widening in wonder. Magic convention? Grandpa? Well, we are still planning to go visit Las Vegas, so why not? Max suggested with a friendly smile. Me and my big mouth, Kate groaned to herself as Lucy laughed. Weren't you supposed to be more into science, Gwen? Geez. In Las Vegas, the gang had parked outside Caesar's Palace, where the magic convention was taking place. They stepped inside the hotel, looking at the wonder and excitement that was going on as they passed by Gordon Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen restaurant in the hotel, before they moved towards the magic convention. Later on at said convention, they looked towards the stands and saw magic acts with cheap card tricks, connecting rings and LARPers playing Dungeons and Dragons at a table. Needless to say, nothing really magical. Gwen groaned in slight disappointment as she looked at the banner overhead. Magician of the Year Expo? It's just a bunch of cheap junk and gross-out tricks. I thought it was going to be magic, not cheesy magic. Hey, look, fake bugs in ice cubes, fake bath, fake dog puke, Kate said after looking through the cheap gags, her current excitement being such a stark contrast compared to her previous remarks. Yeah, we get it, Kate, Max said while Lucy began making fun of Kate's childish excitement. Still, as long as we're here, we might as well look around. Gwen nodded back as they walked over to the magic jewels section where they examined the selection of jewels with the shopkeeper reading a book. I don't suppose you have any real magic, Gwen began asking before being cut off by me. Come on, Gwen. Imagine going up to someone like that seriously. I tried to make her realize her mistake. I mean, if these people really knew they had something magical in their hands, would they really sell to you for a few bucks? I mean, you are right. I should just give it a Gwen began replying before once again I interrupted her. I never said you won't find anything magical here. It's just that you should rely on your own connection to magic. I pointed it out, displaying a faint glow on my eyes that only she noticed, before turning back to gaze over the selection, only to see a blue and gold bracer with a familiar-looking red and black keystone in it, that shimmered before my eyes. The legendary lost keystone, rumored to increase 10 times the powers in scale of the one who possesses it. I thought before slipping it on with a smile as I looked at the shopkeeper. I'll take it. Excellent eyes, honey, the shopkeeper said, before trying to convince me this piece was some rare artifact lost to ages that her family found, which sure, it really was the legendary keystone of Bezel, but I doubt the shopkeeper knew that, otherwise I doubt she would sell it to me, much less for such price. Turning to my cousin, I asked her, Gwen, have you found something you like? Yeah, I can feel something from it. She had picked a piece, octagonal in shape, which appeared to be made out of carved grey stone, the size of a golf ball, fitting perfectly in the palm of Gwen's hand. In one of its faces, it had depicted the image of 2 mirroring white tigers. No way, was my immediate thought as we paid the shopkeeper. A freaking talisman? What is it doing here? Does that mean? We all heard a screaming outside as a helicopter was smoking with an escape artist in a straitjacket dangled from a rope. Help! He shouted, as the others ran out as they examined the case. Something tells me that's not part of the act. Max said as he looked towards the girls, and I know, Kate said, absorbing the Petrosapien diamond head DNA from her belt. Hero time. Let's do it, Gwen said as conjured up her disguise and ran off with Lucy on her hoverboard. Should I help them? I asked Max, still intrigued by what Gwen had just found. Not yet. Let them keep gaining experience, Grandpa said as we followed the girls off in the same direction. The helicopter careened out of control and severed some power lines as it crossed them as the escape artist dodged them in fear, as both Gwen and Lucy grabbed onto either side of the helicopter, trying to stabilize it. Everything's under control, Lucy shouted as the tail fin of the helicopter broke off and was sent spinning down towards the crowd as the girls gasped. "Never say things like that under these conditions, mud girl," Gwen shouted. Max and I looked as the tail blade spun towards us as I raised an eyebrow. "Now?" I casually asked. Max glared as he nodded, slightly concerned. "Wait." Kate suddenly fired her diamond shards that hit the fin dead on, slowing it, but not nearly enough. The blade was spinning right in Max's path as Kate gasped, and I sprung into action. With the bracer around my right wrist glowing, I effortlessly casted a telekinetic blast that stopped the blade in its tracks. "Way to go, Ben. Thanks," Max remarked as Kate looked from afar with an apologetic expression. "Don't mention, Grandpa. I better lend out some help to the girls," I said before running off while activating my Omniboy suit. In the sky, Gwen and Lucy were hanging from the helicopter as they tried in vain to stabilize it. "Making this thing lighter with magic isn't enough. Do something," Gwen asked Lucy, who immediately nodded and shot out one of her elongated arms, while still attached to the helicopter, grasped the building on the other side. Repeating that same action with extra limbs of hers, she kept spawning eventually led to her to create a web of mud that caused the helicopter to be stuck to the buildings. "Hold on just a few seconds longer," Gwen shouted as the fire burned through the rope, breaking it. The escape artist screamed as he plummeted to the ground with Kate diving after him, trying to close the gap by switching transformations mid-action. "Not good," Kate said just as she assumed her Lepidopteran stinkfly form and took flight. That was when I ran up onto a car and backflipped onto a bus, shouting out as I jumped off and caught the falling escape artist before bouncing off an awning and landing safely on the ground, as the girls ran up to me, shocked at what they just saw me accomplish without becoming alien. "Tenny, Omniboy?" Kate asked with her high-pitched voice. That was when the crowd cheered out at our heroics before I turned to them and said, "Sorry about cramping your superhero style, girls." "Hey, the more the merrier," Kate spoke first, clearly glad that I caught the stuntman just in time. "But how did you do that without using the Omnitrix? Was that magic? Can you teach me?" Gwen asked, picking up her spellbook, eager to take notes. "Sure thing, cuz," I told her while thinking about the existence of the 12 talismans and how this first one Gwen found could help me balance my contrasting hearts. "But perhaps we should first enjoy our stay here in Las Vegas. I've heard our next stop will be very far away from here, so we will certainly have some time for that." "I guess you have a point," Gwen admitted with a disappointed expression. "As usual." Hearing that, I couldn't help myself from cheering her up with a wink and a friendly smile. Charmcaster's POV. So this is it, I told myself, steeling my mind for the plan I was ready to perform. The fortress of the Forever Night stood defiant against the night sky, its ancient stones whispering tales of centuries-long battles against magic. From my concealed perch on a jagged outcrop overlooking the fortress, I surveyed the sprawling structure with a mix of determination and caution. Inside those imposing walls, my Uncle Hex, a warlock of unparalleled power, languished, his magic subdued but not extinguished by the nights. As his underling and fellow wielder of formidable magic, I harbored a complex relationship between us. As if I smirked at that thought. Since I was little, the old creep was always bossing me around, telling me tales of how my father entrusted me to his care before passing away by the hands of these despicable knights. Regardless of all that, tonight urgency underscored my objective. I had to infiltrate the fortress, acquire my uncle's Staff of Ages that was in the possession of those who sought to eradicate our kind for ages, then seek to free my uncle from his bindings. Perhaps the decrepit old man would finally start treating me like an equal. Cloaked in shadows that rendered me nearly invisible, I slipped through the outer defenses with the grace of a seasoned ambusher. The knights, bolstered by their newfound weird technology, patrolled with an air of misplaced confidence. Energy weapons hummed and crackled in their hands, a stark contrast to the archaic weapons they had once wielded, crafted from the resources they obtained from the magical world. Navigating the labyrinthine corridors, I honed in on the pulsating aura of my uncle's magic, but the stifling energy-disrupting generators that pulsed through the fortress were hampering me more than by just causing more than a few headaches. In any case, With each step forward, my determination grew stronger, fueled by the urgency of my mission in this ever-shifting battleground. Approaching the castle's vault, I manually unraveled the technological bindings that blocked any external access. The air crackled with suppressed energy as I delved into this confined area, its innate presence commanding despite not being the possession of a master magician. "Excellent," I said while grasping the ancient Staff of Ages, a relic that I could not yet wield myself, at least not until I got what I needed from my uncle. Now as for the devil himself, navigating the fortress's defenses with a lethal combination of both my formidable sorcery and strategic cunning, I left the section where they kept the stolen magical artifacts without much difficulty. Until an unexpected sense of vertigo caused me to fail in concealing my presence from the patrolling knights, so I was forced to improvise. The knights, caught off guard by my unexpected attack, fell before me like wheat before the scythe. Spells clashed with the metallic clang of weird energy weapons, the air thick with the scent of magic and ozone. Occasionally my magic surged, a primal force that tore through the knights' ranks with devastating precision as I danced between enemies, weaving spells that incapacitated and disoriented, clearing my path towards where I assumed were the containment cells. Unfortunately, I had no success in finding the segment of the castle my early scouting had shown me to be the place where I would find my uncle. It was as if the castle itself had decided to change its location to somewhere else. Yet amidst the chaos I kept causing in order to forcibly locate my uncle, a figure emerged clad in the regal armor of the Forever Knights, wielding advanced technological weaponry with deadly precision. From a first sight, he was a knight of higher rank than your run-of-the-mill metalhead. Standing resolute against me, his demeanor a stark contrast to the lesser knights who had already fallen before me. His armor gleamed with the residue of spells deflected, and his energy lance crackled with potent alien energy. Meeting the knight's challenge with a measured yet potent counter-strike of magic, arcane energy clashed with blazing technology, the air sizzling with the intensity of our conflict. Spells and energy beams danced in the night, each side testing the limits of our opponent's respective strengths. I kept weaving intricate spells that disrupted my opponent's precision and diverted his attention. The battle raged on, an intricate dance of power and strategy that pushed us to the brink of exhaustion. As what I assumed to be dawn began to break over the horizon on the closest windows, my magic surged with renewed vigor, overwhelming my opponent's defenses with a final decisive strike. The knight of higher rank staggered back, his armor smoking from the onslaught, a testament to the resilience of both magic and technology in the face of relentless opposition. As we stood amidst the aftermath of our hard-fought encounter, my gaze lingered on the prospect of my adversary receiving backup with a mix of caution and contemplation. My initial intent was to rely on one of my last resort spells, which would buy me enough time to make an escape until I heard a voice resonating throughout the stony walls of the enemy's castle. "That's enough for now," the voice said as the knight before me began to shapeshift right before my eyes, morphing into the image of a mechanical human-sized white blank doll. Suddenly, the other knights, which I've left previously unconscious on my way here, got up and had their appearance morphed in similar fashion before all vanishing away in a red light. As a matter of fact, the whole environment around me began breaking apart, leaving a vast and empty white void around me. This near-maddening experience eventually brought my attention to the arrival of someone who manifested itself after another red light illuminated the area before me. This time, however, my captor's identity was hidden underneath a silver-white mask and tuxedo. "I'm truly sorry for putting you through this charade, my dear," the individual said in an apparently friendly tone, though that still didn't prevent me from raising my guard and magically bolstering my defenses. "Whoever you are, how do you dare play mind tricks with me?" I asked, admittedly, letting my displeasure at being made a fool get the better of me. "Do you even know who I am? I am Charmcaster, heir of Spellbinder, true ruler of magic, and I will not be." "Oh, of course I know who you are," the figure interrupted me mid-rant before startling me with his final word, "Hope. Charmcaster, Hope's POV. Was there anything so undoing as hearing your true name after centuries without even thinking about it? Hope." I heard the last time someone else called me that, it was my father before we went to war with the Forever Knights. A war that forced us to seek refuge across the world, stretching across generations of them as our enemies dedicated themselves to erasing what they saw as a threat to the masses. What began with my kind being revered as all-powerful, mythical beings has now shifted in favor of our adversaries. Their relentless ingenuity, despite their brief lifespans, has armed them with the means to weaken our power and slay our once unconquerable beasts. My mind quickly went back to be fully alerted, as I stared back into the being that had tricked me just recently. "How do you know that name?" I demanded, hoping he didn't know how much at a disadvantage this knowledge put me at. "Who are you?" "Believe it or not, I know your real name because you told me." The white-dressed figure tilted his head to the side and said with an unreadable tone, "As for my denomination, I could try to tell you my real name, but unfortunately not even I remember it." I told him. My mind was having a hard time believing what he was saying despite him giving me no signs of deception. And how can he possibly not know his own name? But for fairness' sake, I will share with you the names of what others have been calling me. The white figure announced with a casual glance before the fabric of his clothes began shifting in both shape and color, eventually settling on an appearance of a skin-tight black and green suit that appeared to be highly technological. "I'm currently known by the world and outer space communities as Omniboy, the protector of Earth. But you can just call me Ben." Couldn't resist raising an eyebrow at that, even though I didn't live under a rock. The old-fashioned superhero that had been impressing the masses was not who I wasn't expecting to ever come face to face. A bit too tall to be addressed as a boy, wouldn't you agree? I tried to earn some time while I was still processing everything. Omniboy stared down at his own body before morphing into a shorter version of himself that resembled more closely his appearance in the news. "Satisfied?" he asked while gesturing with his arms. "Now, if I may." I stared at his politeness, still puzzled by why he was being so friendly, before eventually nodding. "Great," he said, while clapping his hands together and shifting back to his white form and height. "As I'm sure you must have guessed, I didn't bring you here just to become your acquaintance," he said, before snapping his fingers, and the white void we found ourselves began changing until we found ourselves in the middle of a village of medieval times. "I was hoping that bringing you to a more familiar view would make you feel less intimidated. Please let me know if this place is having the opposite effect on you." It wasn't just a fake environment. I could feel a soothing breeze contrasting with the warm sun, as well as hear and see the people of old living their lives as they once did. So mesmerizing was that experience that it made me doubt for a moment if I wasn't actually dreaming about everything. "No," I managed to murmur while overwhelmed by sheer nostalgia. "You've achieved your goal." "Excellent. Now, the reason I put you through all that charade of retrieving your uncle's staff was because I wanted to learn more about you," Omniboy said before leading me to some villagers who awaited us with chairs and a table in the shade. "Incidentally, my deepest apologies for the trickery." "Speak clearly," I demanded, "and get to the point." "I wanted to see how powerful you are," he conceded to my order. "So let me guess, I've impressed you so much that you want me to lend you my strength," I said confidently, feeling I had finally understood where things were leading to. "I beg your pardon, my dear." My confidence was shattered by the brief chuckle I heard from my captor. "This is not a job interview. I wanted to see how powerful you were in order to measure up how much I could teach you." "Teach me?" I asked incredulously. "I already have my uncle who so kindly offers to teach me about my magical inheritance." "Oh, but from what I recall, unlike mine, his tutelage is not offered as an option you can refuse," Omniboy told me, obviously amused by my previous argument, "and he seems to expect you to serve him as a lowly servant as payment for such kindness." "How did you?" I immediately asked before being interrupted. "Besides, can you truthfully claim that he has the intention to teach you everything he knows?" He told me, gesticulating with his hands in order to punctuate his words, "And even if he had, would you even be satisfied to limit yourself to his level?" The words he was saying, how did he know so much about me? Could he really be speaking the truth? He really had me going for a minute. I finally snapped and got up from my seat, tired of the mental tricks my captor was trying to pull on me. Your illusions are indeed flawless, but such big talk can only mean you are trying to compensate for the lack of real power. Is that what you believe? The white figure said with a sigh, totally ignoring the threatening posture I was assuming before him. Then I suppose there's no helping it. Before he could say anything else, I blasted him with my most powerful fiery spell, causing an audible explosion that even I wasn't completely unaffected. But just as the smoke was dispersing, I noticed the villagers from before moving towards their home without much hurry. Well, just so you know, I could have literally twisted your will without you even noticing. I finally heard the voice of my captor coming through the center of my attack's destruction. My offer has now changed. This time, however, his appearance wasn't like the forms he had shown me before. Instead, before me stood still, sitting in his place, a hellish being with a rocky skeleton and a blazing aura. On his forehead I could actually see the keystone of Bezel, with his other charms spread through his molten body. If you want to become my apprentice, you must impress me, otherwise I will just send you back to your pitiful existence with no memories that all of this has ever happened. Just standing near him brought me great discomfort, even with all my magical barriers raised, such was the magnitude of the heat he was emanating. Knowing full well I wasn't going to fare particularly well being this close to him, I chanted a speeding spell that immediately rocked me at a higher velocity away from my adversary. But just as I set my eyes on a sufficiently further destination to retreat, on my way there I looked back just to analyze what my foe would do next, only to no longer find him there. Instead, while still moving faster than a unicorn, I tripped over something that wasn't supposed to be on my way last time I checked. Wow, look where you are going, princess. I heard a slightly different voice from before, mocking me. This time, however, his form was one of a running humanoid raptor. Curse you, I thought while still in midair. As I tumbled hard into the ground, I picked my spellbook and began flipping through its pages, looking for a spell that would help me in this dire situation. Knowing it would require time I didn't have to spare at the moment, I quickly picked from my bag of tricks several totems of my strongest golem guardians and threw them around my position. Stall him, I ordered just as the creatures began growing the size of minotaurs, and raised my best barrier around me. Just as I found the perfect ritual for this situation, I raised my head just to see my golems all shattered underneath my opponent, who was now patiently waiting for me while sitting on the ground with his legs crossed. This time, however, his appearance was that of a giant hulking brute, with 4 arms and blood-red skin. Ready whenever you are, he told me with his voice now much deeper than before and his tone of near boredom. Petulant boy, I shouted at his blatant disrespect, jumping a few chants that would have unnecessarily slowed me down, and retrieved a black skull from my bag of tricks. Your soul will be offered to the great Dagon. That sentence seemed to have finally drawn some reaction from him, which wasn't unreasonable to assume that after knowing so much about me, he would also be aware of the mighty patron of my people. I raised the black skull with both arms, sentencing my opponent to an afterlife of eternal torment, just as the darkness of the old beyond began erupting from my artifact. Only then I began thinking about the consequences of finally using my trump card, as fear and anger were starting to battle within me. All the darkness from before evaporated. What happened? I asked myself with my arms still raised and actual tears running through my face. Before I could do anything else, I felt my artifact being picked up from my hands, and a chilling voice responded, "It's not exactly what I was expecting, but hey, at least you've surprised me." Thinking I might have actually summoned the entity of our own god, feeling its overwhelmingly strong presence, I couldn't believe it could be anyone else. Breath. I had to actively remind myself as I began sweating. Hey, don't go dying on me now. The voice that reminded me of both a whisper and a gasp told me with a chilling chuckle, just as I heard what appeared to be the handle of a weapon clashing on the ground next to him. Raise your head, Hope. As I did just that, I was met by a demonic ghostly apparition wielding an eerie-looking scythe that stared back at me with a purple eye. Now just look at the mess you've made. The nightmarish creature told me while pointing his claws to our surroundings. Not much further from us, I sighted two shadowy undead that were just finishing their battle with several creatures that looked like some kind of lizard with green and grey gelatinous bodies, as well as with red teeth-like markings on their faces. One of the shadowy figures looked like a ghoulish clown with a black top hat and wielding an oversized mallet. As for the other, it was a towering brute with an octopus for a head and massively muscular arms. As much as I would like to risk Dagon's name from my list, now is just not the time. The demon remarked all so casually as the shadowy figures I saw fighting before bowed down and immediately dissipated into the air. The dark creature that appeared to be all-powerful seemed to notice my state and began morphing his image into the one of an actual kid, though his hair slowly gained its brownish color from the white it first manifested as. "Don't tell me you got so scared you forgot our deal," the boy asked, reminding me who he really was, while offering me a hand to stand. "If you are still interested, I can help you attain a power you never before imagined to be even possible." As I rose back to my full height and felt my energy being restored back to normal, I voiced out the question that was wreaking havoc on my mind. "Why me?" The boy genuinely began to reflect upon my words before eventually answering with a disarming smile. "Curiosity at first. But now I'm impressed by your daring, smitten by your pretty face. Hard to say what else, I'm mercurial." That last reason had caught me by surprise. And to believe that after centuries of being infamous for charming men and women to do my bidding, I would actually blush again. They lurk below. Multiverse POV. Our gang was flying in a private jet on our way to visit an old friend of Max's who was opening up a new underwater resort, which we were fortunate enough to receive tickets to see. From my previous life, I recalled this little adventure as a brief and isolated conflict that never actually led to anywhere. I thought. Neither the allies nor the enemies were brought back later on in the series. Aside from the somewhat relevant lore about the Bermuda Triangle of this world, I actually considered skipping this quick trip. "Now this is cool," Kate said, drawing me back from my thoughts, as she enjoyed the luxury of our transportation. Picked up in a billionaire's private jet to check out his new resort before anyone else gets a chance to see it. "Now this is what a summer vacation is all about," Gwen said as she opened up a soda can from the cooler. "Thanks, Grandpa. I'd do anything for you guys." Max smiled at us. "You know that." Gwen turned to Lucy as the blonde kept listening to her own music with a weary smile. "Hey, Lucy, I didn't know you'd get airsick on this thing." "It's not that—" Removing her headphones, Lucy joined the conversation. "If I can handle flying on with you on that hoverboard of yours, I can handle an airplane no problem. Now water, on the other hand, I'm not as comfortable with that," Lucy said as she looked over the sea with a nervous look on her face. "Getting seasick then?" I asked, wondering if I could help her out somehow. "It's not that," Lucy said, fidgeting her fingers. "It's just that I'm not that great at—" "Swimming?" Kate suddenly asked. "Oh yeah," Lucy said. "I probably can hold my breath longer than any of you guys, but the water itself makes it harder for me to remain solid. Don't worry, I'm here for you," I assured her with a friendly pat on her shoulder. "Thanks, Ben," Lucy replied back with a blushing smile. "You're the best." Gwen stared at our brief proximity before deciding to change subjects by asking her grandfather, "Why didn't you tell us before that you knew Donovan Grandsmith?" "It must have slipped my mind." He, Max said with an awkward chuckle, still somewhat concerned about Lucy's well-being. "Plus, if I told you that I was close friends with a billionaire in my time, would you really believe me?" "Makes sense to me," I remarked with a nod. After that, our jet then went down to a seaport that also served as the entrance to the resort. Donovan was waiting for us with a young child around our age by his side, wearing a similar red sweater and white pants. The jet landed as the crew walked out with a smile, with Lucy looking out at the sea, nervous and feeling a bit anxious until she felt me gently grasping her hand. "Max Tennyson," Donovan, a man with grey hair who wore a red turtleneck sweater, called out, greeting him. "It's been far too long." "How are you, Donovan?" Max asked back, shaking his old friend's hand with a polite demeanor. "Well, owning 16 resorts worldwide, I'm doing pretty good. Glad you finally decided to see how the other half lives." The old billionaire jested before raising an eyebrow towards the kids his old friend had brought with him. Understanding his cue, Max smiled as he turned to introduce me and the girls. These are my grandkids, Ben, Gwen and Lucy, and this is their good friend Kate. Pleased to meet you, I said, stepping forward and shaking the old man's hand. Quite the impressive place you've got here. Glad you liked it, Donovan said proudly as he shook the others' hands until he saw Lucy looking nervous. Forgive me, I'm not too good with water, she immediately explained. Don't worry, my dear. Aside from our top-notch security, I'm sure you'll get the opportunity to get used to it, Donovan said before turning to the child next to him. By the way, this is my grandson, Edwin. Edwin, despite being around similar age to us, looked a lot like his grandfather to the point he even wore similar clothes as him. With a dark maroon sweater, a brown turtleneck, white pants, and red shoes with white soles. He had glossy black hair with a widow's peak hairline, thick black eyebrows and blue eyes. The girls immediately got a bad first impression from the boy's arrogant demeanor and would have merely nodded at him from where they stood if I hadn't taken the initiative. Good to meet you. I'm Benjamin, but I prefer to be called Ben, if you don't mind, I said with a friendly tone. How about you? Is Edwin okay for you? Widening his eyes in a bit of shock, the boy eventually answered with an unusual reciprocated smile. Eddie, I would like to be called Eddie. It's good to meet you too, Ben. The others looked slightly impressed at that, especially Donovan, who hadn't seen his grandson behaving like that for a long while. Not long after, everyone else greeted the grandson of the old billionaire, calling him by his preferred name, before we continued our journey into what reminded me so much of the City of Rapture from the BioShock games. So, are you guys ready to take the plunge? Donovan asked as an elevator shaft opened and Lucy gulped. As long as you don't start asking, would you kindly, I joked to myself, slightly sad that no one else would get that reference. We have to go under the sea, Lucy whispered in my ear, nearly surprising me. That's where the resort is. So yes, I told her with a gentle smile before writing some runes in the air before her. Lucy immediately felt a magical barrier shielding her that was thin enough to not be noticed by anyone else. Do you trust me? Always, Lucy replied with a confident nod before turning back to the elevator. That barrier was no muckaden, I told myself in amusement, but I'm confident it will be enough to get the job done, even if we end up fighting an army of robotic monsters from the deep. Unbeknownst to Lucy, though, our brief interaction was noticed by Eddie, who most likely hadn't seen anything magical, but our unusual proximity wasn't missed by him. That was until his gaze met mine. Eddie merely received a wink from me before I led Lucy away with my arm over her shoulder. As we entered, the elevator went down to another large shaft with a large car with seats in it that the group sat down on once they reached it. The operators worked at the controls and commanded the lift to take us down through a path that allowed us to take in all kinds of sights in wonder of coral reefs and marine life swimming by, or in Lucy's case, actual delight as she for the first time felt safe this deep underwater. Are you sure this was the safest place to build a resort like this? Max asked Donovan as Eddie noticed Gwen taking notes of the view. Amidst her drawings, he noticed she had drawn some of the alien heroes that had been appearing over the news. Omni boy, Eddie muttered to himself, but as Gwen looked at him, he feigned ignorance. Are you talking underwater fault lines? Donovan asked, genuinely oblivious to where Max was coming from. I'm talking about the fact that you're smack dab in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle, Max said, causing the girls to look up in shock. Growing up, you always were the worrywart, Max. Never the risk-taker. Donovan laughed away Max's concerns until they closed in on the resort. With a smile he continued. There it is, kids. I give you the world's first and only underwater resort. You won't believe what's down here. I'm certainly having a hard time believing it myself, I thought to myself with an amused smirk, once I received Alpha's readings of this region and whose visit I should prepare myself to finally get. Not much later, as we walked the halls of the resort with the ocean surrounding us from open glass walls on every side, our host got the opportunity to keep impressing us. The official grand opening is still a week away, Donovan said as the girls ran through the halls with Edwin focused on Gwen's drawings. Only a few special VIPs are getting a sneak peek. It sure beats that rusty old bucket of bolts you speak in. Hey, that rusty old bucket of bolts is letting us visit several parts of the country, Kate said with a proud chuckle. Hey, and we are not even halfway through our summer vacation yet. Point taken. Donovan agreed while looking at Max, who shared the proud sentiment. Meanwhile, the girls kept admiring the fish swimming by. I read about your resort in Pacific Monthly Oceania, Mr. Grandsmith, Gwen eventually remarked. Very cutting edge. Isn't the glass reinforced with... Eddie was about to say something covered by a cough, but was actually interrupted as I bumped past him and said while ignoring the brief contact, micro-titanium threads that have the capability to withstand 10 atmospheres. You two are absolutely right, Donovan complimented them, which means nobody gets wet here unless it's in one of the 9 pools. Very impressive, Donovan, Max said with a nod. Well, for $2,000 it ought to be, but you know, money isn't everything. Donovan waved it away as if it wasn't all that much for him. Did we change the family motto, Grandpa? Eddie asked with veiled sarcasm that even I had to admit being indeed a very funny remark. Oh, this would cost a lot more than $2 billion. I was still puzzled by the amount of money Donovan said it had cost him. Looking around, I couldn't help myself from thinking. The liability laws alone, yikes. That was when Kate caught a glimpse of the Guardian of the Universe's pin on Eddie's collar, causing her to perk up. Hey, me and the others here are fans of the alien heroes too, Kate said, trying to break the ice. Where'd you score that pin? Guardian of the Universe Classic Edition in Helsinki, Eddie answered with a raised eyebrow. We flew on my grandpa's private jet just to get it. And Edwin says the pin's already tripled in value. Donovan said in amusement, Kid's got a head for business. Grooming him to take over the empire one day. Gotta keep it in the family. At least he is honest about it. I told myself, but from the others' looks I wasn't the only one thinking that. You know, we've been following in our grandpa's footsteps this summer too. Gwen said with a smile, but was interrupted when an alarm sounded, and they all saw the lights flicker on and off slightly. They looked out to see the diver employee who was cleaning the windows lost his balance and was tangled up in the hose he was using. The man looked down to the filters that were seeming to move in reverse as his suit started filling up with water. What happened? Kate asked, telling herself that she hadn't absorbed any energy by mistake. A power surge must have recycled the water, Donovan said. Is he going to be all right? Lucy asked, concerned. If the sharks don't get him first, Eddie said, watching the sharks swim into the area. What a weird sense of humor, dude. I couldn't help myself from remarking at Eddie's comment to the boys' immediate discomfort. I can't have an employee be turned into fish food before the opening, Donovan declared before running off to get his security team. The press will ruin me. Okay, now I get where you get it from, I added, before subtly signaling for the girls to not act without thinking and that I was confident that the workers' safety was already handled. During our exchanged glances as we remained quiet, we watched as 2 figures in sleek black and orange diving suits maneuvered effortlessly on the other side of the resilient wall of glass, quickly driving off the sharks and rescuing the employee as they worked in unison. Not much later, as the 3 individuals were brought back inside the resort's safety, Donovan was there immediately, arms outstretched as he approached the rescuers.
They're down to Saturdays.
That was incredible. I know this kind of thing isn't in the job description, but you've earned every penny of your fee. I'll see to it that you're rewarded for your trouble, the old billionaire said out loud, clearly glad they had shown up just in time. The first to remove his helmet was a tall man with deep brown skin and a broad, athletic build. His short, cropped hair and clean-shaven face lent him an approachable air, though his sharp, focused eyes betrayed a keen intellect. Doc Saturday gave Donovan a polite nod, his calm voice carrying a hint of warmth. Just doing what needed to be done, Mr. Donovan. Glad we could help. Beside him, a lithe woman pulled off her own helmet, her striking silver hair cascading over her shoulders. Freckles dotted her pale skin, and her mesmerizing eyes shone with quiet intensity. Drew Saturday carried herself with confidence, her stance subtly protective as her gloved hand brushed the hilt of her belt, only to realize she hadn't brought whatever it was she was looking for. "It's all in a day's work for us, Mr. Donovan," she said with a faint smile. "After all, marine biology isn't always glamorous. Well, whatever your methods, they're effective, and I'm glad to have you two on board." Donovan chuckled nervously for a moment before turning back to the worker, now being escorted away by medics. "Just one moment, please." I took the moment to lean closer to Grandpa Max, my voice low. "Marine biologists." "Really?" Max smirked faintly as he scratched his nape in visible discomfort. "Amongst many other things, Ben." His response opened the opportunity for me to ask more about them without sounding too suspicious. "Grandpa, for some reason it seems to me that you know them." "Well, nothing escapes you, champ." That caught him by surprise, as the girls also noticed he knew more than he was willing to share. "Met them during my late years as an active plumber. Doc and Drew are professionals, and good ones too." Almost as if they noticed our hushed discussion, Doc and Drew exchanged a quick glance before Doc addressed Max directly. "Max Tennyson, isn't it? I'd recognize you anywhere." "Good to see you again, Doc," Max replied with a genuine smile, extending a hand. "It's been a while." "Too long," Drew added, shaking Max's hand in turn. Her grip was firm, her demeanor warm but guarded. Looking at me and the girls, she couldn't help but to soften a little more. "Oh, Carl and Frank have certainly blessed you with quite cute grandchildren." "So kind of you, Drew, but actually," Max spoke up while I just let Drew Saturday gently pinch my cheeks and stretched my face, but apparently Grandpa wasn't willing to explain everything about both Lucy and Kate. Something like that. "These are Ben, Gwen, Lucy and Kate." Before the Saturday couple could notice the hesitation in Max's words, Gwen stepped forward, her curiosity getting the better of her. "So you're marine biologists who also happen to rescue people from sharks?" "Not exactly, Doc chuckled, his deep voice carrying a note of humility. "Similar to your grandfather's job, ours takes us to some interesting places. Sometimes we have to handle more than just fish and coral samples. Let's just say you don't spend years studying the world without running into the unexpected." Drew added once I got tired of being treated as a kid and pushed her hands away. Max crossed his arms, grinning. "Well, even though I'm retired, if anything else unexpected comes up, we would be glad to lend a hand." "Good to know, Max. Now, if you'll excuse us, we need to check in on our children." Drew smiled before exchanging a knowing look with Doc before turning to me. "And the girls. You know, Ben, my son Zach would certainly appreciate the company of you and the girls. Later, perhaps you guys can give him a visit while we keep working on the resort." "Sounds like a good idea." I merely shrugged before the two scientists bid their farewell for now and left our group. As they walked off, I turned to Max, still feigning ignorance to who the fricking Secret Saturdays really were. "They don't seem like your typical marine biologists." "They're not," Max's expression softened. "They work with all the strange and exotic creatures that regular science doesn't believe in, which they refer to as cryptids." "You mean like Bigfoot?" Kate asked, genuinely curious. "Don't be ridiculous, kiddo," Max replied with a smile. "That's just a guy in a suit. This would have been nice to know back when we came across that kraken creature," Lucy remarked while recalling that day. "Yeah, for some reason I find it easier to deal with aliens instead of these mystical creatures." Max apologized before finishing up his remarks about the two secret scientists from before. "Regardless, if the Saturdays are here, I'd say we're in good hands." Just then we were reunited with both Donovan and Eddie, who had previously left with the rescued employee. "Well, I'll have to double his salary, but he won't breathe a word," Donovan said with a laugh of relief. "Buy him off," Eddie scoffed. "That's the Grandsmith way." "Hey, give some credit to the old man," I thought with a smile. "Can you imagine how much your salary must be for you to give up an easy win lawsuit and go back to such laboring work?" Kate snickered closely for me to hear. "I'll never understand rich people." Eddie, take the kids on a tour so Max and I can keep catching up on old times," Donovan requested, a bit more considerate than his usual self. "Sure," Eddie replied, still a bit bummed about being dismissed so frequently by his own grandfather, but still obeyed. "Oh, Max," Donovan said as they walked away. It's too bad you didn't take me up on my offer 30 years ago when we were both dead broke. You wouldn't have had to spend your life unclogging drains and fixing toilets while I traveled the world. You'd be surprised, Max said with a smirk. Being a plumber does have its moments. As the two seniors went on their own way, I got an idea. Oh, perhaps we can get the marine biologist's children to join us. I asked, curious about meeting the other members of the Secret Saturdays, which apparently from their nods of approval was also the case for the girls as well. What do you say, Eddie? I mean, since you will be the one guiding us, I think it is up to you to decide. Whatever, the boy said with a shrug, but I could sense similar curiosity from his aura. Zuck's POV. I couldn't help myself from fidgeting with the controls of my family's submarine, not because it needed any adjustments. Dad had already set everything up perfectly, but because I needed something to do with my hands. That and the fact that I couldn't be responsible for wreaking another sub. The hum of the machinery and Fisk's soft snores from the corner should have been comforting, but my stomach was doing flips. This resort job was supposed to be easy. Tag along, stay out of sight, and let Mom and Dad handle everything. No big deal, right? Except now there were other kids, normal kids, like the ones in movies and TV shows, and they were coming here. Zek, you okay? My mom's voice crackled through the comms, calm but carrying that subtle mom tone of, I know you're not fine, but I'm waiting for you to admit it. I clicked the reply button and spoke up. Fine, Mum. Just, keeping Fisk and Komodo entertained. On cue, Komodo growled softly from his perch on the console. As I glanced at my half-lizard brother, whose sharp eyes seemed to say, You're full of it, kid. I'll keep an eye on them while you're gone. I added it quickly. You're not staying behind, sweetie. There are some old friends' kids who I want you to meet. Mom's voice softened a little. It'll be fun while your father and I keep searching for the cryptid anomaly that brought us here. I think you deserve some chance to make some friends. She stopped for a brief moment as I heard my father's voice. Gotta go, kisses? Moi. I couldn't help but to groan, leaning my forehead against the cool edge of the console. Fun for who? Didn't have much time to dwell on it. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the corridor outside. Fisk's ears twitched, and Komodo tilted his head as I jumped to my feet, wiping my hands on my pants like I'd been caught doing something wrong. The door slid open, revealing the group, 2 boys and 3 girls, all slightly older or noticeably more than that, in the case of the tall brown-haired boy who had to be approaching his teens. They looked like a team, confident, curious, and normal. Hi, the tall boy in the lead said. His bright smile was contagious, but it also made my nerves spike. You must be Zach, right? I'm Ben, and these are Gwen, Lucy, Kate. Oh, and Eddie.
Stay cool. Don't mess this up.
My mouth went dry as I thought. Hey, I rubbed the back of my neck, trying to sound casual. Nice to meet you guys. Ben stepped forward, his grin not fading. We're taking a tour of the resort. Thought you might want to tag along. Heard you're into cool stuff, like cool marine biology stuff. I immediately stiffened, glancing nervously at Fisk and Komodo, who were thankfully hidden in the shadows of the submarine. Yeah, sure. Marine biology's cool. Great, Ben said, clearly not noticing my awkwardness, or maybe just ignoring it. Gwen smiled warmly. You don't have to if you're busy, though. We don't want to intrude. No, I can come. My words tumbled out a little too fast as I tried to calm myself down again. But, just me. My brothers are napping. Napping, Kate? The black-haired, tomboyish girl raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. I nodded furiously. Yeah, they're, light sleepers. Don't want to wake 'em. Eddie, the grandson of the billionaire that owns the resort, didn't seem to care either way. Cool, let's go. The others turned to leave, but Gwen lingered for a moment, her sharp eyes scanning the room, leading me to hold my breath as her gaze briefly landed on the shadows where Fisk and Komodo were hiding. See you out there, she said finally with a friendly wink. Right then I exhaled as the door slid shut behind them, turning to my brothers. I muttered, Well, that went okay. Komodo let out a huff that sounded suspiciously like a laugh. Sighing at that possibility, I went to grab my jacket and said, Guess I better make sure I don't blow this. Wish me luck. Fisk snorted and Komodo tilted his head in a way that I decided to interpret as encouragement. With that, I hurried out the door, trying to push down the nerves that were already threatening to overwhelm me again. Soon after, as I joined the group of kids, we began following the boy named Eddie as he strutted ahead, his chin high as if he owned the place, which, to be fair, his grandfather actually did. The first corridor we took opened into a dazzling water park area, complete with pools, artificial waterfalls, and a lazy river that snaked through coral-like structures. The few VIPs we came across were busy sipping from their own colored drinks and enjoying their time. Nice? The black-haired tomboyish girl said, impressed, taking in the sight. Meh, not bad, Eddie replied, hands in his pockets, his tone almost bored. In the mornings, I train here with my personal swim coach. Grandpa says long-distance swimming builds character. Wow, a swim coach? The ginger girl named Gwen asked, genuinely curious. Eddie nodded, his expression half bored, half smug. Yay, you could say I'm something of a champion in the making. This time, while Eddie had his back to the rest of the group since he was leading us, the blonde girl smirked, glancing at the others. My grandpa says it builds character, she muttered mockingly under her breath, earning a stifled laughter from the other girls until the boy named Ben placed a hand over her shoulder and gently asked her to be respectful towards our guide. Eddie either didn't notice them or simply chose to ignore it. Come on, there's more to see. Our tour continued into a sleek gallery-like hall, where an enormous submarine, sleek and painted in shimmering silver and blue, was suspended above us. The lights above it highlighted its smooth, futuristic design. Whoa, the blonde girl named Lucy finally said, craning her neck to take it in. It's called the Undersea Manta Ray, Eddie announced, pausing to let the name sink in. It's my grandfather's personal submarine. State-of-the-art, naturally. Well, it looks freaking cool, the girl named Kate admitted, nodding in approval. Eddie smirked, glancing over his shoulder. Want to take it for a ride? The final girl, which I deducted to be Gwen since the others I've already matched face to name, stepped forward and her face lit up. Definitely. From where I stood, I looked at Ben, noticing how he raised one of his eyebrows and crossed his arms. Are you sure this won't get you into trouble? Eddie waved off Ben's concern, flashing a mischievous grin. Relax, my grandpa's not here and I've done this before. It'll be fine. Right then I failed to contain myself and let out an unintelligible question, drawing everyone's attention towards me since I had been quiet up until now. With their stares on me, I've decided to ask something I've been wondering about.
Wait.
Do you even know how to use it? Eddie shot me a look. Do I know? Please? It's practically mine anyway. Besides, wouldn't you rather see what's out there instead of hanging around with the boring stuff? Without knowing, I shrugged, betraying how clearly tempted I was. I mean, it does sound pretty awesome. Exactly. Eddie's grin widened as he began leading the group toward the docking bay. Trust me, this'll be way more fun than looking at pools or glass windows. I hesitated once again, glancing at Ben, who still looked skeptical. What do you say? He let out a sigh. If Eddie knows what he is doing, I believe him. Besides, I would feel worse not being with you guys if something went wrong. Eddie only laughed, practically skipping ahead as the group eventually followed, entering the hangar. The air there was cooler and filled with the faint scent of machinery as the manta ray rested in its docking bay, looking even larger and more impressive up close. Eddie stepped toward it confidently, pulling out a small keycard from his pocket. This baby's built for speed and depth, he said, unlocking the hatch with a dramatic flourish. It can handle anything the ocean throws at it. I lingered near the back, uneasy without my parents' specialized arsenal and vehicles. If you say so. Yup, Eddie replied without hesitation, climbing into the pilot's seat. So, are you coming or not? Ben exchanged a look with me and shrugged with a confident and reassuring smile. Might as well see where this goes. One by one we climbed into the submarine, Eddie clearly relishing the role of captain. I hesitated for one last time before stepping inside, my gut telling me this was a bad idea. But my curiosity and the desire not to look like a killjoy in front of the others pushed me to follow. Meanwhile, as both Max and Donovan strode through the power control area, the technician gave Donovan a brief nod before stepping away. A reverse power surge caused the whirlpool effect, Donovan explained, but it's fixed now. Must take a lot of juice to keep this place running, Max said, glancing around. We're too far offshore for mainland power. Volcanic vents on the ocean floor, Donovan replied. We tap into them like a massive steam generator. They moved toward the primary generator, accompanied by several workers. Max's eyes were drawn to a faint purple glow emanating from behind one of the panels. What's behind that panel? He asked. Nothing important, just a backup generator, Donovan said quickly, waving it off. Now, watch this. At his signal, one of his employees pressed a button. The generator hissed as steam vented from its core. Workers pulled down levers in unison, releasing more steam. Impressive, a calm voice interjected. Max and Donovan turned to see the two marine biologists from before, Drew Saturday and her husband, Doc Saturday, standing nearby with clipboards in hand. We couldn't help but notice the energy fluctuations earlier. Drew added, her tone curious but professional. It's fascinating how you've harnessed volcanic energy to power the entire facility. Indeed, Doc said, adjusting his glasses. Though I imagine even a minor system irregularity could have significant consequences in an environment this isolated. Donovan waved off their concerns. All under control. Just a minor hiccup. Drew nodded, her expression neutral, glad to hear it. Systems like this are incredibly complex. If you don't mind, we'd love a closer look at the generator late purely out of professional interest, of course.
I'll arrange something.
Donovan said curtly, eager to move the conversation along. Now, if you two don't mind. The Saturdays nodded before exchanging a quick glance, their interest piqued by the faint purple glow behind the panel. But they said nothing more, blending back into the small group of onlookers. Above, the pressure levels climbed, and the resort emitted a glow that illuminated the ocean surface up to 500 feet above sea level. Enough energy to light the ocean like a beacon, Donovan said proudly, though his gaze drifted to a photo on his phone with him and his grandson Edwin smiling together. Max noticed the shift in Donovan's demeanor. That's your grandson? Donovan nodded, his voice softer. Addy, smart kid, got big dreams. But I wonder if he'll ever see me the way your grandkids look at you. Max frowned. What's that supposed to mean? Donovan hesitated, then sighed. You brought your grandkids here because they wanted to come. You listened to them, let them be themselves. I'm always so focused on my business, on results. He shook his head. He is here because I decided he should be, not because he wanted to be. Max softened. It's not too late, Don. Kids don't need perfection. They just need to know you care. Donovan offered a faint smile before shaking off the moment. Now, let me show you my prized possession, the manta ray. They approached the docking area, with Drew and Doc following at a discreet distance. Donovan stopped short, his expression of actual worry. The sleek submarine was gone. Oh, Eddie, this should be good, Doc muttered to Drew, glancing around. Kids love shiny, dangerous machines like this, can't help themselves. Drew smirked. You mean like Zach? Doc chuckled. Exactly like Zach. I swear, if there's trouble to be found, that kid— He paused mid-sentence, his smile fading as he met Drew's suddenly concerned gaze. You don't think, Drew began, her voice trailing off. He wouldn't, Doc said quickly, though his tone wasn't as confident as he hoped. I mean, you did ask him to fit in with the other kids. Drew folded her arms and furrowed her eyebrows. For them to play around the pools, maybe make some friends he would like to keep in touch with. Not to steal a submarine. Doc merely raised his arms apologetically at his previous insinuation until they exchanged alarmed looks, realizing Zach had likely joined Edwin and the other kids on their little escapade. I swear I'm going to sew a GPS locator into that boy's underwear, Drew angrily remarked as her motherly instincts took over her. EMFs POV. Moments earlier, miles away in the manta ray, as me and the kids marveled at our underwater journey with the submarine cutting gracefully through the ocean depths, its reinforced hull shielding its passengers from the crushing pressure of the Bermuda Triangle. Zack pressed his face against the glass, pointing at bioluminescent jellyfish floating like tiny lanterns in the abyss for the girls to see. The underwater world came alive with glowing coral reefs, shimmering schools of fish, and bursts of neon hues painting the dark. "This is incredible," Zack breathed, his voice filled with awe. "Yeah," Kate agreed. "If I had this view growing up, I might have stayed out of trouble." The peaceful moment ended as a bright light pierced the murky depths ahead, illuminating the ocean floor like a submerged sunrise, throwing long shadows across the glowing reefs. "What the?" Eddie leaned forward, squinting before letting out a knowing scoff. "That's Grandpa. Who else would light up an entire ocean just to show off?" Zack adjusted the submarine's controls, narrowing his eyes. "You're sure it's him?" "Oh, I'm sure," Eddie said, leaning back with a smirk. "Classic Grandpa Donovan." Kate arched her brow. "Guess the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Eddie scoffed, rolling his eyes with a playful grin. "I'll take that as a compliment, but don't get too used to seeing this side of me. I've got a reputation to maintain." Kate chuckled, shaking her head. "Yeah, wouldn't want anyone thinking you're a softie." Eddie opened his mouth to reply, but Gwen interrupted. Guys, you might want to focus." Unsurprisingly to me, we finally came across massive, squid-like creatures who emerged from the shadows, their cybernetic enhancements gleaming with an eerie light. These creatures immediately surrounded the submarine, their tentacles moving with unsettling precision. Eddie," Lucy said, trying to keep her voice steady, "your grandfather's light show just put us on someone's dinner menu." Scanning the waters from my own seat with my Omnitrix glowing faintly, I eventually questioned, "Zack, any ideas what these things are?"
The
reincarnation of Kur, the ruler of all cryptids, was startled.
Why do you think I would know anything about...
He trailed off a little while, staring at the squid-like creatures before quickly readjusting himself. "I mean, I've never seen these things. My grandfather is Maxwell Tennyson. He worked with your parents during some occasions." Ben told him while giving him a knowing look. Zack hesitated, carefully weighing his next words before facing the group. "My family. Well, let's just say we deal with stuff like this. These creatures, they aren't supposed to look or act like this." Eddie glanced at Zack, his sharp mind already piecing things together before remarking with a snicker. "Yeah, I figured you guys weren't your average marine biologists. My grandpa couldn't sneeze without one of you scribbling notes." Zack managed a weak smile. "We're not, but it's for a good reason. Cryptids are a part of the natural world too. It's our job to protect them, and sometimes to protect others from them." Eddie arched an eyebrow. "So, what's the play? You want to save these things?" Zack shook his head, his expression grim. "No, not this time. Some of them might still be alive in the traditional sense, but not in a way that matters. They're in pain, Eddie. Whatever's been done to them, it's not natural. We're better off putting them out of their misery before they hurt anyone else." Eddie's smirk faded, his demeanor unusually somber. "You're saying we have to destroy them?" Zack nodded, his tone resolute. "It's the right thing to do. If we don't, they'll keep attacking us and whoever else they are capable of reaching as they keep suffering. Trust me on this." Gwen chimed in from her seat. "Zack's right. These creatures aren't just dangerous. They're victims. Whatever thing that corrupted them isn't something we can reverse down here. Perhaps I could," I told myself while subtly staring at my Omnitrix. "But not before showing off a little." Lucy leaned back, folding her arms, and thought about what had to be done. "Fine, but don't expect me to enjoy this." "Neither do I, believe me," Zack replied softly, his gaze drifting back to the monitors. "But sometimes protecting the world means making hard choices." The submarine shuddered as one of the creatures slammed against its hull, startling everyone but me. "But why are they coming out just now? We didn't do anything to provoke them," Eddie asked nervously. Zack hesitated. Remember the show lights your grandfather just gave us? Maybe it has to do with the source he used to power his underwater resort. Fine. My grandfather stole it, okay? Eddie sighed, running a hand through his hair while everyone's attention was on him. The underwater volcano idea didn't work. The resort was doomed until Grandpa found some weird energy source from a spacecraft buried under the sea. He said it was unlike anything he'd ever seen before. I tried to convince him it was a bad idea, but he never listens to me. Alien tech, Gwen muttered, piecing it together. That spacecraft must be behind the corruption of these, cryptids. It must be compelling them to get it back. And if these are really after the mystery of the Bermuda Triangle, then we're dealing with something ancient and dangerous. I finally stood up, cracking my knuckles. Then it's up to us to shut it down before it manages to threaten more people. What can we possibly do? Eddie asked, fear slowly rising within him. The radio is not even working properly. Don't worry, I told him with my most confident smile before turning towards my team. Gwen and Lucy, keep the submarine safe from inside and outside. Kate, you're with me. We will clear the way. As the cryptids attacked once again, the submarine kept rocketing violently. Gwen quickly erected protective wards inside, her magic stabilizing the cabin. Meanwhile, Lucy seeped out through the cracks forming on the submarine's glass window, her body expanding and shifting into a barrier-like form that wrapped around the manta ray. She immediately began lessening the damage caused by these cybernetic cryptids. Let's see if these tin cans can handle some real power. Kate activated her belt, transforming into a hybrid alien form with sleek fins, bioelectric streaks, and powerful wings adapted for swimming. Noticing the extra gear she had on herself, I was glad to see that she finally unlocked by herself the Omnitrix function I've installed on her belt. Lucy and I got the submarine's protection covered. Gwen reassured us, we just need to focus on not getting crushed. Not getting crushed sounds like a job for me, I said, mentally activating my Omnitrix and transforming into my Piscis Volen Ripjaws form. My voice immediately deepened, gurgling as I spoke. Time to fish out the problem. Ignoring the shocked expressions from both Eddie and Zach, Kate and I walked towards the hatch and swam out of it, propelling ourselves with water jets from our palms. As the smaller cryptids kept trying to swarm the submarine on our leave, they were immediately intercepted by Lucy's massive form. She whipped her mud-like appendages with incredible speed, holding the line while shielding our weak spots. All right, time to step it up. As my sonar clicked, scanning the battlefield, I reached for my Omnitrix badge and twisted the watch's dial, triggering my next transformation, which was nothing short of awe-inspiring for those looking at it, given how in my ultimate Piscis Volen Ripjaws form I was comparable to the medium-sized submarine. My muscular frame shimmered with a mixture of shark-like skin and spiky protrusions. My massive tail coiled behind me, and my glowing eyes kept scanning the area thoroughly. As I reached the next swarm of cryptids heading our way, my unhinged jaw extended as a surely terrifying vision, clamping down on a couple of the squid-like creatures and ripping them apart with ease. Swimming right next to me, Kate tore through the swarm, each strike calculated to prevent them from splitting up enough to invade the resort. Under our offensive, the creatures flailed, releasing a cloud of oily fluid just as we tore through these creatures' core. Inside the manta ray, Zach and Eddie, having eventually accepted the surprise we all revealed to them, both worked on tracking the source of the corruption. It's buried in the seafloor, Zach said, recalling Eddie's description. If we can destroy it, we might stop its control over the cryptids. Meanwhile, outside, I unleashed my full strength. My tail whipped through the water, scattering the squid-like cryptids, while powerful jets of water shot from my palms, slamming into the creatures with tidal force. Before Kate and I could proceed to search for the source, another submarine appeared in the murky waters. Its sleek design was unmistakable, especially after Drew and Doc Saturday emerged, with their equipment to survive the pressure this deep and their iconic weapons at the ready. Nice infinity gauntlet, Thanos, I mentally joked while staring at Doc's battle glove before looking at Drew, though the Tibetan lightsaber seems a bit out of juice this deep into the ocean. What in the world? Doc started, apparently scared now that he was this close to me, but Drew cut him off. Whoever or whatever you are, I can see you are protecting that submarine. We're here to help," she said while bravely looking me straight in the eyes. No time for reintroductions, I thought before nodding at them and signaling for Kate to aid them, swimming away like a torpedo. I continued clearing the path ahead. At that moment, Zach's voice came through his parents' comms. "Mom, the source of these aggressive cryptids is what we believe to be alien tech buried somewhere on the seafloor. It has corrupted them. We need to disable it before it's too late." "Alien tech?" Doc remarked, a bit confused. "But isn't that Max's expertise?" Drew complimented his line of thought. "Well, that big guy you two just met was his grandson," Zach remarked, having a hard time to believe it himself. What? Like that masked kid from the news?" Doc exclaimed, his scientific mind working overtime to rationalize how the little kid he met moments ago had turned into such a terrifying creature. He turned towards Kate, who was shielding them from the more aggressive squid-like cryptids. "And who is this?" "Must be another one of Max's kids," Drew quickly guessed, her curiosity towards their abilities showing up. Oh boy, the other secret scientists would be so blown away by it. As I kept speeding away from their position, my sonar picked up the coordinates Alpha had uncovered for me. I propelled myself forward even faster, ripping through the last of the latest swarm. Reaching my destination, I confirmed that the nest loomed ahead, a massive alien machine half buried in the ocean floor. If this thing can cause so much trouble without its source of power, imagine what it can do once it gets it back, I thought. But what was its original purpose? "Alpha, do your magic." "Understood, Master," it replied back in my mind, putting all of its processing power to work on this centuries-old piece of junk. As Drew and Doc joined the fray alongside the manta ray, our group coordinated our attacks on the alien machinery. Inside the submarine, Gwen conjured protective wards around Eddie and Zach, her spellbook glowing faintly in her lap. Lucy fortified their vehicle, her body adapting to block incoming attacks, while Kate and I tore through the cryptids, creating openings for Drew and Doc to plant charges around the machine. My Omnitrix AI, Alpha, reported progress intermittently. "Scan incomplete. From what I already uncovered, the machine's origin was indeed ancient alien tech, but one designed for terraforming a planet from its oceans. Blueprint 72% scanned. Doing great, buddy. But make it faster." I mentally commanded, ripping apart another attacker, while simultaneously assimilating what Alpha had just informed me. As Drew and Doc planted more charges while aided by Kate, I held off the remaining cryptids. My ultimate form towered over most of them, my massive tail scattering the creatures with powerful sweeps. Kate covered my flank, using her fused abilities to quickly incapacitate several enemies at once. "Hang on," Zach called out for everyone to hear on their communication line. "We've got incoming big ones." Through the murky waters, the first of the giant crabs emerged. Its carapace gleamed with patches of metal plating, and one of its claws was entirely replaced by a serrated blade that gleamed in the eerie light. The creature was easily the size of a small ship, its movements surprisingly quick as it barreled towards our group. "Ben, that's all you," Gwen shouted, weaving a shield of mana to block another squid trying to pierce the sub. Taking my cue, I roared, bursting from my position while causing perceivable shockwaves, and met the giant crab head-on. The crab's bladed claw swung down with terrifying force, but I blocked with my forearms, grabbing the crab's bladed claw and twisting, ripping the cybernetic limb free before going for the closest thing my opponent had for a jugular. I grabbed the crab's armored body and lifted it with both hands and a mighty roar, hurling it into a rocky outcrop. The creature's carapace shattered on impact, and it sank lifelessly to the seabed. This prompted me to turn my attention downward as another massive shadow loomed from the ocean floor. Another cybernetic crab appeared. The crab's metal-plated legs scraped against the seabed, and one of its claws with a massive rotating drill whirred ominously as it advanced. Surging towards it, my bioluminescent streaks flashed in the dark water. The crab swung its drill claw in a wide arc, barely missing me as I twisted out of its path. Clamping down on one of its legs with my serrated jaw, I snapped through the metal like it was brittle coral. The massive crab was relentless, swinging its drill and claw with brutal force. One strike actually grazed my side, sparks flying as the metal edge scraped against my armored scales. Undeterred, I darted under the crab, using my jaws to tear through the exposed joints of its legs. The crab staggered, its movements sluggish as it lost stability, but I didn't hesitate. With a powerful whip of my tail, I launched myself upward, piercing through the crab's underside. The creature spasmed, its lights flickering before it went still, sinking to the seabed to join the first giant crab. Just as I finished my fight, as I got distracted by how my own sonar informed me that there were still more giant crabs rising from the abyss underneath me. Far from me, a sleek, vicious shark-like cryptid with metallic teeth and glowing eyes lunged forward the manta ray. Its body shimmered as if cloaked in a stealth field, making it nearly invisible until it struck. Lucy barely managed to move most of her mass as a last-ditch barrier in time, the shark's jaws snapping most of her as if she was its lunch. "Lucy!" Gwen cried out, thinking she was badly hurt from that surprise attack. The shark circled back, this time aiming for another unprotected area of the submarine. Before it could strike, though, Lucy exploded half of the creature's maw by quickly expanding herself from within, which forced the shark-like cryptid to retreat. The creature thrashed violently, retreating into the shadows, but not before Zack caught a glimpse of more similar shapes. 3, maybe 4, lurking just out of sight of his monitors.
Keep fighting,
Lucy shouted, as a mud clone of hers spawned from within the manta ray. "We're not out of this yet. These things just keep coming, and in different forms," Eddie shouted, momentarily impressed by how both Gwen and Lucy were powerful despite their ages. "How long until your parents finish setting their bombs? They're predators. They'll target the weakest first. Stay alert," Zack called out from his seat. "As for my parents, they are moving as fast as possible with all this chaos." "Got it!" Both Lucy and Gwen replied and resumed their skirmish with the stalking cryptid sharks. Once all the sharks were defeated, thanks to a well-organized effort from the manta ray team, I swam back to the sub, my glowing eyes briefly meeting my groups through the front porthole. The threat was neutralized, for now, but more would soon arrive. Eddie slumped in relief, wiping sweat from his brow.
Next time.
"Can we just deal with regular squids?" Gwen smirked, flipping the pages of her spellbook. "What? And miss all the fun?" "Charges set," Drew finally called out to the entire group's delight. "Everyone, clear out. Don't celebrate yet," Doc said, his voice tense. "There's more movement closing in, and it's coming from below." As if on cue, the ground trembled. The squad braced themselves as a massive swarm of sharks, squids and crabs surged upward, surrounding the two subs like a living storm. Their glowing eyes pierced the darkness, and their cybernetic enhancements buzzed ominously. I glanced at both submarines before facing Kate, determination burning in everyone's eyes. The team retreated as the charges detonated, imploding the machine. Its hold over the cryptids shattered, and the creatures all were turned off. Their lifeless shells began to slowly sink to the ocean floor. Soon after, the targeted alien spacecraft was a swirling graveyard of debris and destruction, since the planted charges had gone off spectacularly. The shockwave rattled even our sturdily built submarines. Glowing fragments of machinery and bioluminescent cryptid remains floated in the black water. Kate and I, still in our monstrous forms, swam back into view outside, both of us motioning with a satisfied thumbs up before swimming for the manta ray's hatch and turning back to our human forms. Inside the submarine, Eddie finally collapsed into his seat, his chest letting out a breath. "I bet he didn't know he was holding." "Tell me we got all of them," the young grandsmith muttered, still gripping the edge of his chair. Zick, our expert on these creatures, was still standing at the observation monitors, scanning the wreckage. "I think that's it. Nothing is moving out there," he replied, though his voice carried a grim undertone. Zack then turned towards the cockpit where Eddie was now checking the sub's readouts. "I think we should see my parents." He looked at me and the girls, who didn't protest against it, and I said, "Sure. Just give me a sec to connect our submarines." As we finally boarded through an improvised bridge between both submarines, Zach's father was already at the entrance of their vehicle, still wearing his swimming gear, his arms crossed, and his usual warmth in the eyes was overshadowed by concern. "Good work, team," he said while greeting us, his tone calm as usual before focusing on his son. "Everybody is all right?" "We are fine, Dad," Zach replied with a smile. "Good, because I'd hate for sympathy to ruin all the wonderful punishments I'm planning if this really was your fault." The man known as Doc replied with a knowing smile. "Care to start explaining?" "Not at all, Dad." Zach sighed, having already taken his time to understand how we got ourselves into that position. As we reached the Saturday's Submarines Command Center, Zach had already covered most of it, with Eddie even confessing his guilt at convincing us to follow him into the manta ray. "Well, that was fun," Ben said, flopping into a seat, while also ignoring the weird looks Doc and Drew gave me. "So," Eddie approached me, unable to hide how awestruck he was now that things calmed down. "You're Omniboy, aren't you?" I sighed, rubbing the back of my neck. "Yeah, that's me." Kate smirked while puffing her chest. "And don't forget about us. Superheroes too, just less famous and still working on names." Zach and Eddie exchanged confused looks. "Really? But you're not in the news, right?" The girls groaned while both boys tried to explain they were making less of them. Regardless, I spoke up, drawing the attention back to me. "Now about keeping this a secret." Eddie grinned. "Don't worry, your secrets are safe with me." "Same here, for me and my family," Zach nodded with a smile. "Besides, I owe you for the show." I smiled back, glancing towards Drew Saturday as she removed her swimming gear, leaving her in a spandex-like uniform that was still dripping wet with seawater. "Then I suppose we are even." Drew eventually leaned over a console, her brow furrowed as she analyzed the little data they got from the nest. "Zach," she began, looking up as the kids filed in. "We're seeing signs that the nest wasn't just a random hideout. Those cryptids were being coordinated. We sort of got that impression given how much we struggle to push them away, Mum. But we're still not completely sure about what exactly that thing was and why it caused the bad rumors about the Bermuda Triangle," Zach said, with his feelings for the fallen cryptids being balanced by his concern about what really caused it. "From what you told me," Drew began, her sight still focused on the date she just recently got, "their grandfather might have some better guesses." Gwen's expression tightened and she shared a glance with me. "So we were really dealing with aliens." I crossed my arms and replied while feigning ignorance, "I suppose it makes sense that alien tech would be powerful enough to cause that much trouble. But whatever its purpose was, or whoever sent it here, centuries have come and gone since it was abandoned there." "Nice assessment," Drew complimented me, though her smile was faint. "I would have asked Max about it, but I'm not crazy enough to force Max Tennyson out of his well-deserved retirement, especially now that I doubt we'll uncover anything relevant with everything being blown to pieces. At least we prevented any tragedy to happen to Mr. Donovan's resort," Doc told Eddie with a friendly smile. "But what about the source he is using?" the billionaire's grandson asked, genuinely worried. "Let us worry about that, kid," Drew remarked. "In the meantime, we will take you back to the resort before both your grandparents have a heart attack or something like that." Eddie's POV. From outside of the manta ray, the resort could be sighted as we approached. As Max and Donovan ran out, they saw that next to the garage, the section of water began to bubble up until my grandfather's prized submarine surfaced, with me and the other kids coming out with a smile. Since Zach's parents still wanted to not draw attention to themselves, Zach had stayed back with them. "Land ho?" Ben called as Max and Donovan smiled back at us. "It's like I said, Donovan. Grandkids have an amazing way of rising to the occasion," I heard Max saying with a smile. "Sorry for leaving without your permission, Grandpa. After everything I went through, this time I decided to be genuine with my grandfather. It's my fault. I convinced the others that I had permission to take the manta ray." "I'm glad that you are sorry, because you gave me quite the scare," Grandpa Donovan said, surprising me for the first time in quite a while, as he leaned down to my level. "But you're all okay, and that's all that matters. Just promise you won't do it again." I looked back at the others with a smile, actually moved by the moment I was having with my grandfather, and hugged him, I promise, Grandpa. Donovan looked up to Max as he finished hugging me. Thanks for the pep talk, old friend. Any time, Max replied with a satisfied smile. Now, I assume you are all tired of exploring the resort and the sea. Let's call it a day, and I will let you all enjoy your stay. Grandpa Donovan remarked while looking at his watch. Thanks, Max said. We really appreciate it. Oh, and before leaving, don't let me forget to tell you about my next big project. It's going up on the moon. Perhaps I can convince you guys to be my very first guests. That was the breaking point, as they all started laughing it out as if the old billionaire had just made a joke. Well, perhaps I will leave this project for the next generation of the family. Donovan accepted the response in good spirit, and we all said our goodbyes for today. Say, come on! The prison was built on the island that was originally inhabited by the dark wizard Eris, who used it to lure and torture Muggle sailors. Menzies POV. Well, after taking the time to actually enjoy the luxurious resort, I must hand it out for the old billionaire who definitely knew how to please his guests. And it's not just me saying all of my family allowed themselves to enjoy our stay here. Max seems to genuinely be getting along with his old friend Donovan, especially since he only came here in the first place to please me and the girls. Speaking of them, not only was I satisfied with their performance back with the mechanical cryptids, man, that was a curveball I wasn't expecting, but they also seem to have been closer to one another lately. Their occasional disputes were becoming much rarer than before, and I didn't need to keep counting my time with each one just to not annoy the other two. Speaking of unexpected, after finding out that the Kevin of my reality was Kate, I was actually sort of expecting that Eddie would have been gender-bended as well. Same thing for Zach once I received Alpha's report about the Secret Saturday's presence. Not that I needed that to make it easier to captivate his attention, especially now that he knows my secret. If I'm not mistaken, Eddie would have ended up helping future Ben with constructing his city and tower. With all the money he would eventually inherit, the guy could very well become the Tony Stark of this dimension. As for Zark, I'm not sure I should try to alter his journey, the main reason being that I wasn't paying all that much attention back when I watched his TV show in my previous life. Don't blame me, I literally just started watching it because I wanted more content from Shiego's voice actress. And boy, Drew Saturday definitely didn't disappoint me. Lucky me, the Ben 10 fandom seems to actually dig shipping her with Ben Tennyson. Makes me believe that regardless of what I do, I might still have a chance eventually. I know. Zach sees me as a friend. How could I do this to him? Cry me a river, dude. Do you know how easily it was for me to use my magical aura to already implant some feelings for me without anyone knowing? Similar to how I once did to my teacher years back when I was still developing my anodite spark, or to how I've managed to speedrun Kate's redemption arc with her noticing. Besides, I'm not that type of guy, and also because I wouldn't want to risk disturbing her feelings during one of the very frequent life-threatening encounters she would have once Shay's journey starts. Having said that, it is not as if I avoided the lady as if she was the plague. During my final moments on the underwater resort, I got to share some moments with her, though admittedly, it wasn't anywhere near as romantic as I would have liked, given how I was playing with her kid and his cryptid half-siblings. Even got some compliments from Doc, remarking how well I performed against the cyber squids and the rest. He obviously wanted to learn more about how I changed forms, so he could explain it through science. But just to gain some friendly smiles from Drew, I told him I believe it must have something to do with magic. Other than that, I also got the chance to sneak around the resort and take a look into the infamous source of energy Donovan retrieved from the crashed spacecraft. To be honest, from Alpha's readings, it wasn't anything outlandish like the sub-energy the plumbers had stored, but you know me, I'm a completionist. It's not stealing if I'm stealing from the one who robbed it and replacing it with a much safer alternative to power up this entire resort. It also helped that it could be a more appropriate source of energy for the I can't yet believe terraforming machine Alpha managed to analyze completely. Not that I couldn't build it myself from zero with my ultimate Galvan grey matter form, it just helps me better organize my list of priorities. Even now, as I swim around the graveyard that has become the site of the machine in my ultimate Pixis Villan, Ripjaw's form, I still had another spoil to collect. "Arise," I said as my aquatic form began to assume an undead appearance, and I felt my black heart pulsate with a powerful miasma, prompting a storm of souls to rush towards me. Soon after, as I digested my meal, all the sunken lifeless machines that had been deactivated once the central machine was exploded began producing ink-like shadows that eventually assumed each creature's own form. Staring back at me was the same never-ending army I've helped destroy, though this time they were completely under my control. Escaban, the prison, was built on the island that was originally inhabited by the dark wizard Eris, who used it to lure and torture Muggle sailors. Ghost freaked out. Unsee his POV. The rust bucket rumbled along the winding road, surrounded by tall trees that formed a canopy of green over the path. Morning sunlight seeped through the leaves in patches, casting golden streaks on the dashboard. Kate, half asleep in her seat, rested her head against the window, stirring occasionally. Across from her, Gwen sat upright with a brochure spread open in her lap, eyes scanning the text with laser focus. Grandpa Max sat nearby, his usual relaxed demeanor intact. He was giving Gwen her space, but stayed close enough to offer quiet support. Bancroft Academy. Gwen read aloud, her voice tinged with excitement. Lucy sprawled across her bed at the back of the RV, pulling her headphones down to her neck. "So, what's Bancroft like? Fancy parties? Stuffy classrooms? It's full of snobs and posers." Kate got out of her boredom and smirked at Lucy, before adding with a sheepish smile in my direction, "No offense, Ben. None taken," I replied with a shrug. "It's not perfect, but it grows on you. The people aren't all bad once you get past the fake smiles. That said, I've got plans to shake things up once I reach the top." Gwen perked up, still holding the brochure. "Bancroft Academy is one of the top schools in the country." Her tone was dreamy, already imagining herself there, "and you not only got there years before me, but also have proven yourself." "I didn't do that without trying my best, Kas," I said while smirking at her enthusiasm. "Just don't let the gateway slam shut on you when the posers start talking about whose family owns what." Lucy, meanwhile, wrinkled her nose at the idea of school. "I don't know how you all do it. I've read about schools, but all those rules and cliques sound exhausting." "Ah, so you are trying to say that homeschooling is so much easier, mudbrain?" Kate laughed, giving Lucy a playful nudge. "Don't tell me your mum was your teacher." "Actually, both she and my dad," Lucy replied with a grin. "I got to skip ahead whenever I wanted. No drama, no attention, and no unwanted surprises." "Yeah, but no friends either," Kate teased. Lucy stuck her tongue out in response, and Gwen sighed, pulling their attention back to the brochure. "Would you like me to help you out with getting in?" I eventually asked, already knowing what her answer would be. "As much as I really wanted you to," Gwen began telling me while still holding her brochure. "And believe me, I really, really want to make sure I get in." She looked at me with an unreadable expression. "I'm worried that just by being compared to you, my chances of being accepted would just plummet, or worse, grant me something I don't deserve." "I can respect that," was my response, but I knew she had more she wanted to say. "Yes? Oh, it's just that." She struggled to find the right words. "Could you just sit this one out? I mean, I would be lucky if they don't already know we are related by our family names, but if possible, I would like to avoid any unfair comparison." She lowered her head meekly, understanding how weird she must have come off. "I mean, I know it's your school and all, and—" "No problem, Gwen." I eventually interrupted her and said, "Not that I plan to let you all go alone into that place, knowing how things are there, just in case. Not to mention that I can literally become a ghost when I want. I was wondering if you could still become that freaky guy." Kate remarked with a face of surprise, "Now it's a haunted school. I like it." From the look she gave me, Gwen might have been briefly worried that I might be secretly planning to ruin things for her with the Bancroft Academy, but our relationship has improved so much from the start of our summer trip that she now fully trusted me. We arrived late that morning, pulling into Bancroft's expansive campus. The grounds sprawled in every direction, a mix of old Gothic-style buildings and modern architectural marvels. It felt like stepping into a school from a fantasy movie. Just as planned, I slipped away as soon as I could. Once I was out of sight, I mentally selected the form I wanted my Omnitrix to turn me into. A flash of green light enveloped me, and a moment later I was in my ectonurate, ghost freak form. My translucent body shimmered in the sunlight as I floated above the group, unseen. Max walked with Gwen, Kate, and Lucy as they joined their tour group guide, Tiffany, a raven-haired, pale-skinned girl with a sharp expression and an air of superiority. She held her clipboard like it was a scepter, her every word dripping with smug confidence. And recently, Tiffany said, gesturing toward the main hall, Bancroft Academy was awarded the prestigious Solid Gold Trophy for Best School on the East Coast. So you can see why we are very picky about who we admit. Some people delude themselves into thinking they are Bancroft material. It's so sad. Man, she's always so dramatic, I thought. Recalling our brief encounters, rolling my ghostly singular eye. Isn't the whole point of a tour to make the school sound welcoming? Who thought she was a good idea for this job? Well, Gwen began, her voice clear and confident, ready to impress. I have a 4.2 GPA, I'm president of the computer club, treasurer of the Science Society, a volunteer for several local charities, and a member of my school's jiu-jitsu team. Floating nearby, I couldn't help but admire Gwen's dedication. Back when I was 10, the first time I was just playing video games and watching cartoons. Gwen really has her life together. How nice for you, Tiffany replied, her sarcasm cutting through the air like a blade. At Bancroft, it's as important who you are as what you've done. You know, if you're a person from a quality family. Gwen's confident smile faltered, and she looked down, her excitement dimming. Max, standing a few feet behind her, frowned and placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't listen to her, Gwen. We Tennysons can achieve anything we strive for with our hard work. Kate was right, cuz. This place is full of snobs and posers. Lucy, never one to hold back, stuck her tongue out at Tiffany's retreating form. I really hope Ben can change things around. Gwen straightened up, her resolve returning. Let's just focus on what's next. I'm not letting some tour guide ruin this for me. I smiled unseen as the group headed toward their next destination. Gwen was strong, but even the strongest people needed someone in their corner sometimes, even if that someone was a ghost. Oblivious to the discussion provoked by her previous statement, Tiffany flipped her hair and turned to continue leading the group. Do any of you have any questions? Kate raised her hand, her casual demeanor unfazed by Tiffany's attitude. Yeah, actually, why are so many kids here when it's summer vacation? They're attending our prestigious summer school session. Tiffany replied with a haughty tone, as though it was obvious. Kate shrugged. Summer and school, two words that should never go together. Lucy giggled, nudging Kate. But Kate, you don't even go to school. Kate gave Lucy a mock glare, but before their teasing could escalate, Max silenced them with a look that could cut glass. The tour continued to the science lab, where Tiffany paused to highlight the state-of-the-art facilities. It was a room gleaming with polished steel counters and high-tech equipment. At the center of the room stood a massive electron microscope. This is our science lab, she announced, leading them into a sleek, modern space filled with equipment that wouldn't look out of place in a high-tech research institute. An electron microscope, Gwen gasped, her eyes lighting up like a kid in a candy store as she stepped closer to the impressive device. Tiffany raised a brow, clearly unimpressed by Gwen's enthusiasm. Yes, Bancroft believes in providing students with the best tools to foster innovation. Her gaze lingered and her tone turned pointed. Though it takes more than fascination to earn a spot here. Floating nearby, I shook my head. Really? She's mad that someone is impressed by our school's fancy toys. Is there no one else around who can give a tour? Kate, meanwhile, wandered over to a table lined with beakers and chemicals. She poked lazily at a beaker filled with a glowing green liquid, looking bored out of her mind. So, is this where you mix up your love potions? She joked, earning a stifled laugh from Lucy. Tiffany either didn't hear Kate joke, or just didn't dignify the comment with a response, instead turning sharply on her heel. Moving on. Later, the group followed Tiffany across the sprawling Bancroft campus, the manicured lawns and pristine pathways flanked by towering Gothic architecture. Despite the overwhelming grandeur, I floated along unnoticed in my ghost form, staying close enough to keep an eye on my family. "This is the quad," Tiffany announced, gesturing to a vast courtyard with ivy-covered walls and a fountain centerpiece. Students mingled in small groups, many wearing Bancroft's signature navy blazers. It's a hub of activity during the school year. Clubs meet here, debates are held, and of course, it's the perfect place to unwind between classes. "Looks more like a fashion show," Lucy whispered, eyeing the impeccably dressed students lounging near the fountain. "It's beautiful," Gwen said, her eyes bright as she scanned the space. "It's designed to impress," Kate muttered, "like everything else here." As they moved on, Tiffany led the group toward the library, a grand structure with towering stained glass windows. She pushed open the heavy oak doors, revealing rows upon rows of bookshelves stretching to the vaulted ceiling. "This is our library," Tiffany said, her tone hinting at pride. "Home to over 100,000 volumes, including rare manuscripts and first editions. We also have state-of-the-art digital resources for research." Gwen's face lit up as she gazed around, practically vibrating with excitement. "This is incredible. I could spend hours here." "More like years," Kate quipped, leaning against a shelf. Tiffany's expression tightened, but she kept her composure. "Of course, our library isn't just for studying. It's also a quiet space for reflection and self-improvement, a key part of the Bancroft ethos. Self-improvement or self-congratulation, I thought, smirking to myself as I drifted above. As the tour group moved on through the library, I lingered behind, drifting in my ectoplasmic form through the pristine hallways. Bancroft Academy was exactly how I remembered it, polished, prestigious, and suffocatingly perfect. Eventually, my attention was drawn to a small cluster of students near the lockers. Their uniforms were immaculate, their postures oozing confidence as they exchanged knowing glances. These were more examples, the true elite of Bancroft, the heirs to vast fortunes and dynasties, raised to believe the world was theirs to inherit. Makes me wonder if Eddie will ever consider applying now that his grandfather will no longer force him to do anything he doesn't want to, I mused to myself. Among this small group of students, one girl stood out. She had golden blonde hair tied into a sleek ponytail and wore her uniform with tailored precision. Her sharp, calculating eyes darted toward the tour group, narrowing slightly as she spotted Tiffany leading Max and the girls. "Playing tour guide again?" the girl sneered, her voice dripping with disdain. "You'd think someone with her connections could get out of grunt work." "Maybe she likes slumming it," a boy replied with a smirk. "Please," a third brunette girl scoffed. "She's just proving she belongs, as if being the heir to the Hillcrest fortune isn't enough." Hillcrest family, I recalled, recognizing the name of one of the wealthiest families on the East Coast. "You know what my dad said about her family?" the boy added with a conspiratorial grin. "Their business is barely afloat and the family solely relies on old money. She's probably counting on impressing the principal to secure her spot here." The blonde girl's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. "Makes sense. Bancroft doesn't tolerate mediocrity. If you don't stand out, you're out." Bored at their callousness, I tapped my ghostly fingers at the wall next to them and scared the 3 students away. Bancroft wasn't a school. I already knew that. It was a chessboard where everyone played to win, and these kids were raised to be masters at exploiting any perceived weakness. Lingering a moment longer, my gaze shifted towards Tiffany as she led Gwen and the others. Despite the constant venom of her peers, she still maintained an air of authority, her posture rigid and her tone clipped. That doesn't excuse how she's treating Gwen, but sort of explains where she learned it from, I thought while hovering around. The final stop on the tour was the athletic complex, an expansive facility complete with an Olympic-sized swimming pool, tennis courts, and a massive indoor gymnasium. Tiffany gestured broadly as she spoke. "At Bancroft, we believe in nurturing the mind and body. Our athletic programs are among the best in the country, and many of our students have gone on to become professional athletes. Impressive, Grandpa Max said, speaking up for the first time. He had been quiet for most of the tour, letting Gwen take the lead, but now his tone carried a note of genuine admiration. Gwen glanced at her grandfather and smiled, his presence giving her a small boost of confidence. As the tour concluded, Tiffany turned to face the group, her practiced smile firmly in place. And that's a glimpse of what Bancroft Academy has to offer. Any final questions? Lucy raised her hand. Yeah, do you guys have a cafeteria? Or do you expect everyone to survive on books? Kate burst out laughing, while Gwen covered her face with her hand. Tiffany's composed expression faltered for a fraction of a second before she recovered. Our dining facilities are as exceptional as the rest of the campus, she said coolly. Perhaps you'll see them if you're ever invited to dine here. As the group started to disperse, I hovered nearby, watching Gwen. Her excitement hadn't fully dimmed, but I could tell she felt the weight of the unspoken judgment around her. You're doing great, Gwen, I whispered in her ears, earning a genuine smile from her. Don't let them get to you. Later that afternoon, after the tour had ended and my family was going back to the Rust Bucket, I found Tiffany sitting alone near the fountain in the courtyard. Her polished demeanor from earlier was gone, replaced by a frustrated scowl as she scrolled through her phone. I hovered in the shade of a nearby tree, keeping myself hidden, but close enough to observe. Why do I even bother? She muttered, tossing her phone into her designer bag with a huff. He doesn't care. None of them care. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees, her fingers tangling in her hair. For a moment, she looked less like the imperious tour guide and more like someone trying desperately to prove herself. I'm the perfect candidate, she continued under her breath, her voice barely audible over the bubbling of the fountain. Top marks, impeccable lineage, flawless record. What more do they want to make me a knight? Okay. I already get that she's trying to stand out, but why is she so desperate? I realized, watching her closely, could it really be all about money? Tiffany's phone buzzed again and she pulled it out with an irritated sigh. The screen flashed a name I didn't recognize, which likely belonged to her leading knight since she was already a squire. Whatever the message said, it only deepened the scowl on her face. More babysitting duty, she grumbled. Just what I need. She stood abruptly, brushing off her skirt and squaring her shoulders. The imperious mask slid back into place, and by the time she marched away, she was the picture of composure once again. That night I returned to the Rust Bucket after spending some time with my family, contemplating my thoughts as I replayed the events of the day. Bancroft wasn't just a school for the wealthy and brilliant. It was a battleground where every student fought for their place, and even the best weren't guaranteed a place inside the Order of the Forever Knights. Tiffany was a prime example. She wasn't just testing Gwen out of spite or snobbery, she was measuring her, gauging whether she was a potential rival or an asset. She obviously knows about my proximity with Gwen, I concluded, lying back on the roof of the RV in my human form. That's why she's pushing Gwen so hard. If she thinks Gwen's anything like me, she's not going to make this easy. Gwen wanted to prove herself on her own terms, and she deserved that chance. But if Tiffany thought she could undermine my cousin, she was in for a surprise. Now looking at the stars above, I noticed they were a stark contrast to the artificial perfection of Bancroft, but they also reminded me why this mattered, the reason why I deliberately choose to go after the Forever Knights. Jen's POV. So, let's do this one last time, okay? My name is Jennifer Knight Tennyson. I was given an alien watch that fell from the sky, and for like a couple of weeks I've been the one and only wielder of the Omnitrix. Well, at least in this dimension. I fought and won against an intergalactic alien conqueror, learned that my grandmother was some sort of legendary police officer of extraterrestrial activity, saved a bunch of people, caught all sorts of bad guys, and even started to get along with my dweeb of a cousin. And if I'm being honest with you, I never thought I would be able to do any of this stuff. But I can. My friend showed me that I could. When I feel alone, like no one understands what I'm going through, I remember my friend who get it. For some reason, I think you all know the rest. It's just that... Ram! It was all I could mutter as the not-so-soft hum of the Rust Bucket's generator filled the air and stirred me awake. Sunlight peeked through the thin curtains, and the faint aroma of freshly brewed coffee immediately told me that Grandma Maxine was already up. As I sat up, stretching the stiffness from my shoulders after another night on the cramped bunk, rubbing the sleep from my eyes, I shuffled toward the tiny bathroom at the back of the RV. The mirror above the sink was slightly waved, proof of the vehicle's years on the road. Flicking on the light, I tied my hair into a loose bun and freshened up. The bathroom was small but efficient, with just enough space for me to wash my face and brush my teeth. After finishing my routine, I grabbed my travel toiletries and stepped into the minuscule shower stall. The water was warm but not overly comfortable. "Don't forget to save it for the rest of us, Jen," Grandma Maxine's voice echoed in my mind as a reminder. Feeling refreshed, I dried off quickly and slipped into a slightly different than usual attire. A comfortable pair of shorts and a loose-fitting t-shirt, perfect for another day of adventure. Stepping out of the bathroom, she was greeted by the sight of Grandma Maxine at the tiny kitchenette. The elder Tennyson stood in her usual flannel shirt, expertly flipping pancakes on the portable griddle. Her silver hair was neatly pulled back, and her eyes twinkled with warmth as she turned to me. "Morning, Jen. Did you sleep well?" Maxine asked, setting a plate of pancakes on the table, giving my grandmother a lopsided grin as I took a seat at the cramped table.
Morning, Grandma.
"As well as I can after our last adventure. Smells amazing, though." Across the table, Glenn was already halfway through his meal, his nose buried in a book I wasn't sure if it was about science or magic. The red-haired teen barely looked up as I joined him. "Morning, Glenn," I said, grabbing a pancake and drizzling it with syrup. "Morning," Glenn mumbled distractedly, flipping a page. I arched a brow at him. "Are you ever going to stop reading long enough to realize there's a world outside of those pages?" Glenn smirked but didn't look up. "Look who's talking, the girl that would rather stay all day watching TV and playing games than helping us out with setting up camp whenever we stop out of a city." Maxine chuckled as she poured a mug of coffee for herself and me. "You two, always at it. At least try to get along for the day. Who knows what adventure awaits us?"
I'm just saying, Grandma.
Rolling my eyes playfully, I couldn't help making my case. If Glenn was as busy as I am with saving the day, he would understand that a heroine deserves her time to relax. Glenn gave a muffled response. "Aha." I shook my head and immediately turned into my grey mind, grey matter transformation in order to have more food for myself. As I took bites from my proportionally large pancake, I noticed some images of me in action being shown on the news at the TV in the front of the RV, and eventually recalled the sacrifice Glenn had made by getting rid of the magical charms before they fell on the wrong hands. "Sorry," was my eventual response, which clearly got Glenn by surprise, given how he finally lowered his book and looked at me in my diminutive size with a raised eyebrow. "I'm still not totally used to your transformations," Glenn told me while pinching the bridge of his nose, probably recalling the time that I started comparing which alien form could hock the best loogie. "But I'm glad this little frog gives you some emotional intelligence." Nothing else needed to be said amongst the two of us. We merely nodded to one another and moved on with starting our day. Later that day, when we had to make a stop at a quiet clearing just off a dusty back road for Grandma Maxine to rest a little after being driving for hours, surrounded by towering trees and open skies, I knew it was the best moment for me to start my daily routine of training with my alien forms. "All right, Jen," Maxine called as she leaned back in the driver's seat with a satisfied sigh. "We'll rest here for a while. Don't go too far." "Got it, Grandma," I replied, already stepping out of the RV, glancing over my shoulder at Glenn, who was still nose-deep in his latest book, Coming. Glenn waved me off without looking up. "I think I'll pass. Someone's got to make sure Grandma doesn't need help while you are away." Rolling my eyes with a grin and stepping out into the fresh air, I began to stretch, savoring the momentary freedom from the cramped space of the RV. The clearing provided just enough space for my daily training, a routine Ben had established for me to push myself and master my alien transformations. Standing in the center of the clearing, I flipped open the dial on my Omnitrix, even though I no longer needed to. The green device on my wrist beeped softly, its interface glowing as I scrolled through my options. Smirking with excitement, I finally said, Alright, let's see what today's got in store. My first transformation was the towering, red-skinned and bodybuilder goddess, Handiva. The ground trembled as my 4 massive arms flexed, each one radiating power. Practicing a series of rapid punches and grapples on a sturdy tree trunk, I aimed to make my strikes precise, yet forceful enough to leave deep dents. Even took a moment to lift a boulder, never tired of marveling at how effortlessly I could toss it aside. "Still got it," I muttered, my deepened voice echoing through the clearing before I began training my super jumps. Next was Savage Fur. As the feral beast in my arsenal, I've honed her agility and heightened senses. Darting through the clearing on all 4s, my claws tearing through the underbrush with ease. I even tested my sense of smell by locating a series of targets, like fruits, rocks, and even some wildlife. During one of his calls, Ben had mentioned to me that this form was meant to also have quills on its back, like a porcupine, but sadly, even with the aid of both Glenn and Grandma, I wasn't able to find it. Probably something only guys get, which is totally not fair. Regardless, Crystal Shine came next. As a gleaming and indestructible walking statue, I worked on my defensive capabilities, creating crystalline walls and hurling sniping-like shards at makeshift targets from a distance. The sound of shattering crystal filled the air as I practiced both my precision and strength, though absorbing and reflecting sunlight was still something I was having some trouble getting right. Speaking of firepower, transforming into Blaze Caster, my fiery statue form, I easily managed to ignite the clearing with bursts of controlled flame. I practiced throwing fireballs, weaving streams of fire, and forming brief walls of flame for crowd control. Always careful not to scorch the surrounding forest, Ben had been very specific about keeping my practice precise and to avoid collateral damage at all cost. Moving on, my poltergeist transformation allowed me to test my stealth and versatility. Floating above the ground, I phased in and out of visibility, weaving through the trees and practicing my ability to reach otherwise inaccessible areas. To be honest, this form was one of the coolest. Not only did I feel fearless while like this, but also like I could even scare my own nightmares. Although, as much as I've asked, Ben has told me that I wasn't ready to possess anyone just yet. The risk of messing up with someone's head was what kept me from trying this one Glenn just to prank him. Already halfway done, changing to my tech-savvy update form, I scanned and fused with a nearby broken vending machine Maxine had salvaged from a roadside stop. Manipulating its mechanisms, bending its functionality into something almost unrecognizable before detaching and restoring it to normal. The best part of this transformation was the incredible amount of immersion it granted me while merging with my video game and playing one of my favorite Sumo Slam video games. It was like playing in God mode with the ability to install every mod I could think of. Ben even told me that if I focused enough I could make my own blob of nano machines that would work as a pet for me. No luck yet, but I was still trying. Speeding things up, I emerged from a nearby stream as Sea Maiden, my water-based form that allowed me to move effortlessly through the current, practicing my swimming and underwater combat techniques while fishing some prey. Pinnacon came right after, and this insect-like alien's flight was one of my favorite skills to refine. Soaring above the clearing, I practiced aerial maneuvers and launched my sticky projectiles at targets below. Switching to dead time, I dashed across the already wrecked clearing at impossible speeds. My Kinesiluran's lightning-fast reflexes allowed me to navigate all its obstacles and perform high-speed acrobatics. The way I managed to constantly slow time around me always gave me the drive to keep running faster, the only thing still preventing me from constantly visiting my home whenever I felt like it was that the faster I went, the harder and more dangerous was to control myself at those impossible speeds. I at least got the chance to go back once and pick up a few things I'd forgotten to bring along for my summer road trip, and even got some payback on my school bullies. Finally, as the diminutive yet brilliant grey mind, I worked on strategy just as Ben had recommended me. Sitting on a log next to the RV, I used the little frog's enhanced intellect to analyze my performance and make mental notes on areas for improvement. I've already unlocked a few extra forms, like the one belonging to my first supervillain, those jelly creeps that were causing trouble during our visit at Uncle's Veron, the living lightning I freed by mistake from a giant rubber ball, or that leader of those space heroes. But while some of these forms weren't as impressive as the original, like the case for that cyborg squid face, and others had lame weaknesses such as water, like those shape-shifting slugs that like to prey on old people, the rest was a bit too complicated for me to start using without some help of what they were actually capable. Here's hoping that Ben will manage to come visit again soon enough to guide me through them. As I reverted to my human form, I glanced at the Omnitrix with a satisfied grin. The hour had flown by, and I already felt sharper, stronger, and more in tune with my abilities. Heading back to the rust bucket, wiping a bit of sweat from my brow, I was greeted by Maxine's smile as she handed me a cold drink. "Good workout?" Maxine asked knowingly. "The best," I replied, plopping onto a seat. "I'm ready for whatever comes next." Dr. Animo and the Mutant Ray. Glen's POV. The rust bucket cruised through the uneven roads of the Everglades, its wheels kicking up soft clouds of dirt. The swamp stretched out in every direction, its moss-covered trees looming over the murky water with the sounds of chirping birds, croaking frogs, and the occasional bellow of a distant alligator. It was humid, sticky, and teeming with life. "Here we are, kids," Grandma Maxine said cheerfully as she adjusted her fishing cap and parked the RV in a makeshift lot surrounded by festival stands and trailers. "Welcome to Gator Fest, a true celebration of all things swamp." Stepping out, dusting off my clothes as my eyes scanned the surrounding sight of a swampy water dotted with wooden walkways. The environment honestly didn't exactly appeal to me, but I forced a polite smile. "It's certainly unique," was all that I said. Jen, on the other hand, looked around with wide-eyed excitement. "This is awesome. Gators everywhere, fried food and all the swamp vibes. I'm so ready to wrestle one." I couldn't help but to raise an eyebrow, trying my best to speak to her with a calm demeanor. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Jen. Those gators are a lot tougher than they look." Not much further from us, I sighted a sign that read, "Beware of alligators. Stay on marked paths." "Come on, Glenn. Where's your sense of adventure?" Jen said, jabbing me playfully in the side. "What gator would have a chance against Sea Maiden Ripjaws?" "If that's really the case, where is the fun?" I argued. "If you already know you can easily do it, then why bother?" Jen hesitated as she stepped down, taking in my words for a moment. Right then, as I waited for her response, I was immediately distracted by the fact that I'd noticed something unusual with my cousin. "Jen," I began saying while wondering since when she has started with that habit, "are you really using makeup?" Clearly taken by surprise from my question, Jen immediately tried to change subjects by glancing at Grandma and asked, "So, what do you think of this place, Grandma?" "I think it's got a certain charm." Maxine, who had just finished picking up some things we might use on our day at the festival, nodded toward a stand selling gator-themed souvenirs. "And you have to respect the way it celebrates the local culture. The Everglades are a treasure trove of history and nature." Jen beamed, suddenly really excited with Grandma's words. "Enough waiting. Now let's explore. There's plenty to see and do." Girls," I thought to myself while shrugging. Soon after, our group wandered into the heart of the festival, which was bustling with activity. Wooden booths lined the walkways, selling everything from gator juice to handmade gator pelt handbags. Children fished for plastic alligators in a small pond, while families crowded around food stands, offering fried gator bites and po' boys. The festival grounds were a chaotic but cheerful place. "This place is incredible," Jen said after being here for a couple of minutes, already stuffing her face with a bag of fried gator chips. "Glenn, you've got to try these." "I'll pass, thanks," was my response, as I wandered toward a stand advertising swamp smoothies with dubious green liquid swirling in large vats. Eventually, I thought, while opting for a bottle of water I had brought along, I think I should stick with something safer. Jen suddenly darted toward a booth advertising photos with a live and muzzled alligator. "I have to do this," she declared, dragging me along. I've already told you that wrestling a gator for a photo doesn't sound like a good idea, I muttered, watching my cousin with a mix of amusement and concern. Oh, come on, Kas, Jen teased, pointing to the gator handler. That guy probably does it all the time. I'll be fine. The handler, a wiry man with a thick southern accent, laughed. Your city folk sure got big ideas, but I wouldn't recommend it, kid. Guess I'll just settle for a picture then. Jen gave a mock sigh of disappointment. As I left Jen posing triumphantly next to the handler's gator, I found myself drawn to a nearby booth displaying intricate handbags. At least there's something civilized here, I murmured to myself, admiring the craftsmanship. Maxine, meanwhile, was chatting with a local vendor about fishing techniques and the best spots to spot gators. Jen and I eventually joined her, listening intently to the conversation. This is amazing, I said, my appreciation growing for the first time. You can tell these people really care about their traditions. Maxine nodded. That's the spirit, Glenn. It's not just about the gators. It's about the stories, the history, and the community. Yeah, was Jen's dismissive response to our brief exchange. Nearby, a small crowd had gathered around an older man spinning tales of swamp legends. Jen and I wandered over, curiosity taking over us both. And then there's old Big Moor, the storyteller said, his voice low and dramatic. The biggest, meanest gator in the swamp. Some say she's as old as the Everglades itself, reaching the size of a pickup truck and being meaner than a nest of hornets. Now that is the kind of gator I want to see. Jen's eyes immediately light up at the story. Do you think there's a chance of this old Big Moor being one of Dr. Animo's experiments? Not everything is a mutant science project, Jen, I remarked while rolling my eyes, walking over with our grandma. Besides, let's hope you don't find it. Legendary or not, I don't think you are ready to take on something like that. Jen crossed her arms with a grin. Speak for yourself. This heroine has fought the actual Kraken. Maxine clapped her hands, gathering the group's attention. All right, kids. There's a live gator wrangling show starting soon. Let's grab some seats and enjoy the show. Apprehension initially took over me, until I finally conceded with a shrug. Why not? When in Florida. As we headed toward the stage, I glanced around, taking in the sights and sounds of the festival. Couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for moments like this, time spent with family, especially after all the action we've been going through since our summer road trip has started. Thanks for bringing us here, Grandma, Jen and I both said quietly as we all watched the show. Maxine smiled, placing a hand on our shoulders. Anytime, kids. Dim light of flickering monitors cast eerie shadows across the cluttered interior of Dr. Animo's hidden lair. The abandoned observatory was a relic of a bygone era, now swallowed by the Everglades' flooded terrain. Rusted equipment and disorganized schematics littered every available surface, while tubes filled with grotesque experiments bubbled faintly in the background, and a massive gator swam by the bottom of the building. Dr. Animo, a woman of disheveled brilliance, hunched over her control console. Her frizzy hair, streaked with white, framed a face perpetually locked in a mixture of disdain and manic glee. Her thick-rimmed glasses reflected the looping footage of Jennifer Tennyson's heroic exploits playing on the monitors. You waste it, Alice Olivia Animo hissed, her voice low and venomous. She gestured sharply toward the screens, where Jen could be seen defeating a rogue robot with one of her alien forms. All that potential squandered on mundane acts of heroism, rescuing kittens, stopping petty thieves. Bah! She slammed her hand onto the console, sending a stack of papers fluttering to the floor. The mad yet brilliant woman turned to a large screen displaying Jen's various alien forms in a looping slideshow, Handiva's immense strength, Poltergeist's intangibility, Blazecaster's firepower, and much more. Animo's lips curled into a sneer. Do you even understand what you possess, Jennifer? She muttered, her fingers dancing across the keys to bring up a detailed analysis of the Omnitrix's energy signature. A marvel of biological and technological synthesis, evolution in its purest form. And yet, here you are, wasting it on saving some ignorant folk or humoring your grandmother's nostalgia trips. Her tone shifted to one of awe, tinged with greed. But in my hands, oh, the wonders I could achieve. I could elevate humanity beyond its pitiful limits. Disease eradicated, weakness purged, a new world of superior beings. She paced the room, gesturing wildly as she spoke to herself, her excitement growing. No more struggling, no more suffering, a glorious age of evolution, where I, Dr. Animo, will lead humanity to its rightful destiny. She let out a sharp, cackling laugh, echoing off the observatory's domed ceiling. But her laughter faltered as she turned back to the monitors displaying Jen's effortless victories. Her expression darkened. "And yet," she muttered, her hands gripping the edge of the console tightly, "you are insurmountable. Your power outmatches anything I could create for now." She sneered at the screen, her eyes narrowing. "But even the strongest cannot stand alone forever." With a calculated swipe of her hand, she switched the feed to another set of images, ones she had gone through quite the effort to acquire. First, the imposing figure of a squid-like humanoid alien, her cybernetic enhancements gleaming and her eyes burning with calculated fury. Then the image shifted to a younger figure, a mutated, monstrous version of Jen, her form a grotesque amalgamation of stolen powers and unstable DNA. Dr. Animo's lips curled into a sinister grin. "Perhaps I don't have to face you alone. There are others who would see you fall, Jennifer Tennyson. Others with grievances, with ambitions of their own. Yes, together we could break you, and once you are out of the way." Her gaze returned to the looping footage of Jen, her voice dropping to a whisper filled with conviction. "That alien technology will be mine." Animo leaned back, her grin widening as she began to type furiously on the console. Plans were prepared, drafted, and set in motion. The seeds of an alliance were being sown, one that could change the balance of power forever. Back with a vengeance, the megacruiser sailed ominously through the vast and deepest reaches of space, its armored hull glinting in the dim light of distant stars that studded the surrounding void. Within its cavernous interior, gladiator battles kept entertaining the masses, just as Slick's Vigma had intended, but the real spectacle was just beginning. In the cargo bay, a colossal claw extended from the ship, latching onto a massive block of ice drifting among the asteroid belt. Encased within was a shadowy figure, its form imposing even in stillness. The claw retracted, pulling its prize into the ship as alien gladiators operated the controls in tense silence. As they worked to secure the icy monolith, all sharing the same worry about the legends surrounding the figure within the ice, the doors to the bay suddenly hissed open and Karen Levin stormed in. Stalking into the cargo bay, all could see her mutated form, which was a grotesque patchwork of alien DNA and raw power. Her asymmetric eyes glared at the frozen figure of Vilgax, the infamous alien conqueror that had long terrorized everywhere she passed. Karen's body was a nightmarish amalgamation of alien traits, each piece an emblem of destructive potential. Her left arm was a bulging mass of rocky, molten texture, crackling with molten energy like Blaze Caster's heat blast form. Her right arm shimmered with upgrade, elastic alloy, with Poltergeist's Ghost Freak translucent streaks running down its length. Her hunched torso bore similar spectral streaks, glowing faintly in the dim light, and her waist was ridged with savage furs, wild mutt sonar gills. Her legs were a grotesque hybrid of Handiva's forearms, powerful musculature, and Dead Time's XLR8 wheel-like feet, allowing her to shift between devastating nerdiment and impossible speed. A whip-like tail tipped with Stinkfly's stinger lashed behind her, hissing menacingly. Her back carried insectoid puke queen-like stinkfly wings, one ablaze with Blaze Caster's heat blast flames, while the other shimmered with crystal shines, diamond head crystalline texture, jagged and razor-sharp. Her head was a nightmare to behold, with Handiva's forearms piercing eyes on the right, Poltergeist's Ghost Freak haunting singular eye on the left, and Sea Maiden's Ripjaw's gills and angler protruding from her jawline with Greymine's grey matter eye dotting its tip. Her teeth were a mismatched blend of Sea Maiden's Ripjaw's incisors and Savage Fur's wild mutt predatory fangs. Karin's voice was deep and guttural, her words resonating with molten intensity. "Move aside," she growled, flexing her monstrous claws. "This one's mine." The gladiators obeyed without question, intimidated by her horrific yet unstable form, as Karin stepped up to the frozen block. Her claws flexed, glowing with molten energy, as she pressed a hand against the ice, sending steam billowing into the air. "For someone that doesn't look all that tough, you better be worth it," Karin muttered, glaring at the encased figure. "That mad scientist said you're my ticket to taking down Ben Tennyson. Let's see if she's right." Moments earlier, as the words spoken by Karin were heard by the frozen figure, the events that had set this in motion replayed in Karin's mind. The scene shifted to Karin standing in a dimly lit room, her molten glow casting eerie shadows on the cracked walls. Across from her stood Dr. Alice Olivia Animo, her mechanical gorilla hands gripping with precise movements as she adjusted a holographic display. "You're wasting your potential, Miss Levin," Dr. Anime said, her voice silky and manipulative. "Your mutation makes you stronger than any other being tied to that alien device, yet you squander your gifts chasing petty grudges." Karin's fists clenched. "Ben Tennyson ruined my life. This isn't petty." "Of course not, dear," Animo replied, her tone patronizing, "but revenge alone is so limited. What if I told you there was a way to achieve everything you want and more?" Karin narrowed her eyes. "I'm listening. You better not be wasting my time." Dr. Animo's hologram shifted, revealing the image of Jen's most powerful enemy, her imposing form depicted while she clashed against Jen on top of her alien ship. "This ruthless alien is the one who has reached our planet, pursuing the piece of technology that is responsible for granting Miss Tennyson her extraordinary powers," Animo explained. "She's a tactical genius and one of the few beings alive who understands the full potential of the Watch. With her strength and your mutations, you could strip Jen of her precious powers and take your rightful place at the top." Karin crossed her arms, skeptical. "And what's in it for you?" "Evolution, my dear," Anime said, her enlarged hands gesturing dramatically. "Ben Tennyson's watch holds the key to advancing the human race beyond its primitive limitations. With that alien's knowledge and your power, we can unlock a new era together." Karin stared at the hologram, her molten claws twitching. "So where is this alien?" Dr. Animo smirked. "Leave that to me." Back in the cargo bay, Karin's molten heat finally shattered the ice, revealing the warlord's hulking figure. Vilgax's crimson eyes snapped open as she recalled Karin's words and broke free of her icy prison with a roar. Before Karin could speak, Vilgax lunged, delivering a devastating uppercut that sent her crashing into the wall. "Underestimating me is a grave mistake," Vilgax growled, her voice cold and menacing. "And the last one you'll ever make." Karin pushed herself up, wiping a trail of mutated blood from her lip. "Easy there, big shot. I didn't haul your frozen butt out of space to fight you." Vilgax's glowing eyes narrowed. "Explain yourself." "I've got a grudge against Ben Tennyson," Karin said, standing tall despite the pain radiating through her body. "And I hear you do too. So how about we help each other out?" Vilgax crossed her massive arms. "And why should Vilgax align herself with whatever you are?" Before Karin could answer, a nearby console flickered to life with Dr. Animo's face appears on the screen, her evolved pets resting next to her with an ominous silhouette. "Allow me to clarify," Animo said smoothly. "Vilgax, I presume my name is Dr. Alice Olivia Animo, and I believe we share a common interest in the piece of alien technology that has fallen in the hands of a child." "You are talking about the Omnitrix." Vilgax's eyes glimmered with suspicion. "Go on. As you can see, Ms. Levin here is uniquely gifted," Animo continued. "Her DNA has merged with the ones stored inside the watch, giving her a perspective and abilities I'm sure you'll find invaluable. Together with my aid, you two can finally strip Ben Tennyson of her power, and in return, you'll help me unlock the secrets of the Omnitrix for the betterment of all humankind." Vilgax regarded Animo's image for a long moment before shifting her gaze to Karin. "If this alliance serves my purpose, I will entertain it. but cross me and you will regret it profoundly. Corinne smirked, her mismatched eyes gleaming. Sounds like a deal to me. The screen flickered off, and Dr. Animo leaned back in her hidden lair, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. Let's see how Ben Tennyson handles this, she murmured.
Maxine's POV.
The journey from the Everglades to our next destination was a long one, stretching over 1,000 miles and spanning several states. The rust bucket chugged along highways and back roads, with me occasionally pulling over for scenic detours and to indulge in roadside diners. Days on the road gave the kids plenty of time to bicker, bond, and recover from our swampy adventure, though by the time we reached our destination, even I was ready to stretch my legs and take in the breathtaking sight of the falls. Driving the rust bucket into the parking lot near Niagara Falls, I could already hear the roar of cascading water even from such a distance. The mist rising from the falls caught the sunlight, casting shimmering rainbows in the air. This, I declared with pride, is one of the greatest natural wonders of the world. Glenn stepped out first, taking in the breathtaking sight. Okay, I'll admit this is pretty awesome. Way cooler than the swamp. Jen smirked as she hopped down, squinting through the mist. Yeah, but can you wrestle a waterfall? No? Then I'm sticking with the swamp. Yeah, whatever. Glenn adjusted her jacket, already feeling the damp chill in the air. Who would have thought I'd need a raincoat just to look at it? Jen looked around with wide eyes. It's so loud. Is it always like this? I couldn't help myself from chuckling. That's the power of nature for you. Come on, kids, there's a lot to see here. As we approached the observation deck, the full majesty of the falls came into view. Torrents of water thundered over the edge, crashing into the river below with a force that seemed almost otherworldly. Tourists crowded the area, snapping pictures and marveling at the sight. Jen leaned on the railing, watching the water rush by. You know, it kind of makes you think about how small we are compared to the world. Deep thoughts from the girl who turns into a giant alien to punch stuff, Glenn teased, nudging her. Hey, I can appreciate the scenery. Jen said, rolling her eyes but smiling. Glenn took out her camera to snap a few pictures, carefully angling the shot to avoid getting too much mist on her lens. This would make an amazing postcard. He mused while Jen ran past her and leaned against the metal railings next to the edge. Man, I'm dying to take a dip as sea maiden, she remarked nervously before conceding, but I don't want to spook anyone. Who's up for a ride on the Maid of the Mist? I finally gestured toward a nearby stand selling tickets. My words seemed to have caused the expected reaction, given how the kids exchanged glances, each one grinning in excitement. Minutes later, we were boarding the iconic boat, donning bright blue ponchos. As the vessel edged closer to the falls, the mist turned into a steady spray, drenching everyone despite our protective gear. Jen laughed, her hair sticking to her face, as a particularly strong gust sent a wave of water over her side. This is actually insane. I love it. Glenn, standing near the edge, shielded his face but couldn't help grinning. You know what? Totally worth it. Meanwhile, as I stood at the helm, looking back at the kids with a contented smile, this is what it's all about. As the boat turned to head back to shore, the group huddled together, laughing and shaking off the water. Even Jen couldn't hide her smile as we returned to dry land, our clothes damp but with spirits high. All right, I said as we began making our way back to the rust bucket. Next stop. A sudden crash behind us silenced me mid-sentence. The ground trembled and tourists screamed, scattering as a massive figure emerged from the shadows of the nearby observation platform. It was Vilgax, her armor gleaming and her towering frame bristling with menace. Her deep voice echoed over the noise of the falls. So this is where you've been hiding, Tennyson. Jen turned, immediately activating the Omnitrix and assuming her Tetramand Handiva form, her cocky grin faltering. Vilgax, she muttered. I already beat you once. Ready for round two? Vilgax's lip curled in a cold smile. Do you think I've come unprepared this time? You'll soon learn the price of defying me. Before Jen could respond, a deafening screech split the air. From above, a grotesque winged figure swooped down, landing beside Vilgax with an unsettling grace. It was Karen, her mutant form grotesquely impressive under the evening light. Her mismatched alien features pulsed with raw power. Jen's eyes widened. "Karen, you're back? From space?" "Not thanks to you," Karen hissed. Her wings, half flame, half crystal, fluttered menacingly. "This time I'm about to prove that I'm not just your equal. I'm your better." Jen took a step back, her confidence cracking. Two formidable enemies were bad enough, but before she could fully process the situation, a familiar, mocking voice joined the chaos. "Better is debatable." Dr. Animo chimed in, stepping out from behind the wreckage of a tourist stand. Her lab coat was tattered, her face twisted into a delighted grin. She gestured to the mutated animals flanking her, creatures brimming with familiar alien powers. "But one thing's for sure, together we're unstoppable and ready to settle a score with you." Jen's POV. My heart sank as I looked from Vilgax to Karen, then to Dr. Animo and her creatures. My mind raced, but for the first time in a long while I felt a sliver of doubt. "You've got to be kidding me," I muttered, raising my fists. "You're all here for me?" Vilgax stepped forward, her voice low and menacing. "You should feel honored. You're no longer dealing with scattered, defeated foes. We've united, Tennyson, to ensure you and that Omnitrix fall today." Glancing over my shoulder at Maxine and Gwen, "You two might want to get out of here." Maxine frowned but nodded, pulling Gwen back. "Be careful, Jen," Gwen called over the growing tension. "All right, fine." Turning back to the villainous trio, forcing a grin despite my growing unease. "You want to ruin my vacation? Big mistake?" Handiva's powerful stance cracked the pavement beneath me as I began squaring off against Vilgax and Karen. Thankfully, the crowd of tourists had scattered completely now, leaving the battlefield clear, save for the ominous sound of rushing water from the falls. With a roar, Vilgax slammed her fists into the ground, sending a shockwave that knocked me off balance. Before I could recover, Karen darted in with surprising agility, her mutated form utilizing Dead Time's XLR8 speed, Handiva's forearms strength and Crystal Shine's diamond head invulnerability sent me skidding across the ground. "Think you are clever, Karen? Attacking me with the combinations I taught you?" I snarled while switching to Crystal Shine Diamond Head mid-slid, with my shimmering and crystalline for deflecting Karen's follow-up punches. Karen roared with rage before unleashing a barrage of fire blasts and diamond shards aimed at me, which at first my barrier managed to block until Vilgax stepped in and caught me by surprise with one of her thunderous blows, shattering my barrier and sending me flying against a nearby tree. "Ladies, 2 against 1? I quipped, while recovering myself back to my feet while keeping my adversaries in sight. "Doesn't seem very sporting." Karen's mismatched eyes gleamed at me with malice. "You think you can talk your way out of this, Jen? Cute." Her wings extended, glowing faintly as her mutated form seemed to radiate power just as Vilgax raised her fist, the alien conqueror hulking frame casting a long shadow over the battlefield. "Sporting or not, this ends with you broken," Vilgax declared while striking with all her might. Not willing to wait for them to put me on the defensive, with a battle cry, switching back to my Handiva forearms form and launching myself at Vilgax, putting all my weight behind my fists. The alien conqueror managed to block the blow, but the shockwave still sent loose debris flying in every direction. "You've gotten stronger," Vilgax admitted, shoving me back with immense force. "And you've gotten slower," I angrily retorted, flipping over a low swipe from Karen's stinging tail. For a moment, the battlefield was a blur of motion, as I constantly switched between my transformations in order to catch my opponents by surprise, since I knew my raw strength wouldn't be a match for Vilgax's brute force. However, Karen kept darting in with precise saves, her grotesque hybrid form always ready to counter me just in time. "You call this being my better?" I taunted Karen while dodging a flaming wing strike from her. "You've just proven how outclassed you are against me." Karen sneered, her claws sparking as they clashed against my Crystal Shine's diamond head crystalline shield. Big talk coming from the one who relies on an alien wristwatch to stay relevant. As the three of us kept exchanging blows, a quiet hum began to rise in the background. I barely noticed it at first, too focused on keeping up with the relentless assault. But when the sound became a steady, almost hypnotic drone, I chanced a glance behind me. That was my mistake. Vilgax seemed ready to capitalize on my distraction, landing a brutal uppercut that sent me crashing into the side of a park tour bus. The impact left a massive dent on my crystal body, and for a moment, everything seemed to slow down. Perfect, Dr. Animo declared, stepping forward, her hands clasped behind her back. Keep her occupied a little longer, would you? Groaning, I pushed myself out of the wreckage. What now? I muttered, blinking as my vision cleared. My eyes widened as I spotted Dr. Animo standing near a towering device bristling with glowing panels and mechanical arms. This, Animo said with a wicked grin as she displayed her mysterious creation. Say hello to my special machine. It's calibrated specifically for you, my dear. Took me months to perfect. But now it's ready to make history. What's wrong, Jen? Feeling a little outnumbered? Karen taunted, hovering protectively in front of Animo. Why don't you just run away and hide while we go after some innocent tourists? Animo's fingers danced over a control panel, her mutant pet circling her as she worked. A massive bat with molten rocky wings hissed overhead, while a grotesque frog with gills and claws lumbered nearby. Let me guess, I said, still catching my breath. You're going to monologue about how brilliant your plan is before I ruin it? Not quite, Animo replied, smirking. I already know how this ends, with you as nothing more than a footnote in my rise to glory. The Omnitrix glowed faintly on my chest badge as I prepared to switch form. But before I could make my move, the ground erupted beneath me. Animo's mutant pets surged forward, each one enhanced with alien DNA stolen from my watch. The bat swooped down, spewing molten blasts, while the frog leapt with terrifying speed, its claws slashing wildly. Transforming mid-roll and shifting into dead time XLR8, my speedy and agile form allowed me to evade the frog's strikes. Seriously, Animo? Animal hybrids again. Some classics never go out of style, Animo replied, chuckling. The giant fiery bat, Dove, and I countered with a powerful thunderclap just as I assumed my Handiva forearm's form, sending it spiraling away. But the giant frog seized the opening, landing a hit that knocked me towards the extraction machine. Animo clapped her hands together, delighted. That's it. Push her closer. The machine is ready. My heart raced as I struggled to keep up with the relentless assault. Vilgax and Karen hung back, watching with predatory interest. I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't just about beating me, it was about wearing me down, leaving me too weak to resist. The fight was only beginning, but I could already feel the weight of the villain's carefully laid plans pressing down on me. Glen's POV. From a safe distance, Grandma and I watched the chaotic battle unfold near the roaring Niagara Falls. Jen, now in her Sea Maiden Ripjaw's form, darted and weaved between attacks from Dr. Animo's mutant creations while still fending off Karen and Vilgax's looming presence as they seemed ready to strike at Jen's first opening. She's holding her own, I said, my tone wavering. For now isn't good enough. Maxine replied sharply, her knuckles whitening as she gripped the handle of her travel bag. Her eyes darted between the fight and the extraction machine, its ominous hum growing louder. They're not just trying to beat her, they're setting her up for something bigger. A particularly fierce exchange caught our attention. Kirin's mutated wings sent a shockwave of crystal shards toward Jen, forcing her to dive into a stream of water to avoid the onslaught. For a moment, Jen disappeared beneath the storming surface. She's fine, I said quickly, though my voice was tight. Jen shot out of the water, her blazecaster, the air blast form shimmering as she countered with a stream of concentrated fire aimed at Karen. The attack hit home, but Karen merely snarled and kept coming, her grotesque hybrid form adapting to the assault. My gaze lingered on Karen longer than I intended. The last time I'd seen her, she was just an angry, determined teenager trying to prove herself alongside Jen in the streets of New York. There was something almost relatable in her then, a rawness, a desire to be something more. Now she was this, twisted, mutated, powerful, Sure, but inhuman in a way that made my stomach churn. Gwen, Maxine's voice cut through my thoughts. She had noticed my stare and gave me a pointed look. I began fumbling for words. She wasn't always like this, you know. Maxine sighed and adjusted her bag over her shoulder. What she was doesn't matter. What's happening right now does. Her eyes flicked back to Jen, who had shifted into poltergeist, ghost freak, to get some breathing room from all the never-ending offensive. We can't help her like this, Gwen. Not directly. And we're just supposed to leave her? I asked, frustration bubbling to the surface. Maxine didn't flinch. No, we're supposed to act smart. Follow me. She led me back to the RV that was at secure vantage point, throwing her bag to the side as she walked inside. Concealed inside one of the many hidden spots inside the rust bucket was a sleek, high-tech weapon, a null-void projector, a tool she had hoped she'd never have to use. You brought that from Mount Rushmore? I asked, my eyes widening. Of course I brought it, Maxine said briskly. You think I didn't plan for something like this? Unfortunately, the situation might have arrived. Nodding, my expression conflicted, I stole one last glance at Karin, her mutated form, lunging toward Jen in her savage fur, wild mutt form, with unnatural ferocity. For a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a trace of the girl she used to be, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared, replaced by cold, unrelenting malice. Jen's POV. Back at my Handiver forearms form, I unleashed a powerful seismic punch that sent Karin skidding backward, but the relentless mutant didn't stay down for long. Barely having time to catch my breath before Vilgax's massive form barreled toward me, forcing me to leap into the air, switching mid-flight into Puke Queen. Streams of goo erupted from her eyes, forming a thick and adhesive layer over Vilgax, but her armored body pushed through, slowed but unyieldingly powerful. Such futile resistance. Vilgax growled, slamming a heavy fist straight into my chest. The force sent me tumbling downward, landing perilously close to the glowing platform of Dr. Animo's machine. Careful not to hurt yourself, heroine. Dr. Animo called out from her perch behind the machine, her voice dripping with smug satisfaction. Do keep dancing around some more. It only helps me lock onto your energy signature faster. The machine whirred ominously, its spindly mechanical arms twitching in anticipation. A vibrant green beam shot out, locking onto me and reaching straight for my Omnitrix badge. I couldn't help myself from screaming as the Omnitrix's light flickered wildly, the alien device resisting with all its might against whatever the machine was trying to accomplish. Big mistake, I declared with a satisfied smile before quickly changing into my upgrade form. Vilgax used my momentary distraction to her advantage, landing near with a horrifying heavy landing, only for her to reach for me with a weapon. I managed to block the blow, but to my surprise it wasn't meant to be used for a physical attack, but a powerful electrical discharge instead. Instinctively trying to take control of the electrified piece of alien tech, the force still sent me staggering back onto the platform, where the green beam intensified its grip on my Omnitrix symbol. Time is ticking, Tennyson, Dr. Animo crowed, her fingers dancing across the machine's controls. Soon you'll be free of that troublesome toy. Gritting my non-existent teeth, my metallic form sparked under the strain of holding off both Vilgax's powerful taser and the machine. Karin soon joined the fray, her attacks with unnerving precision, her hybrid form exploiting every advantage to keep me from merging with any piece of tech nearby. The extraction machine's whirring grew louder, the green beam pulsating in time with the Omnitrix's flickering light. A thin crack appeared on the Omnitrix's faceplate, sending a jolt of panic through my core. Not good, not good, I muttered, stuck unable to either merge with the machine or switch to a different form, let alone shake the grip of the extraction machine. Dr. Animo smirked, her eyes gleaming with triumph as the process was just about done. Oh, don't be a sore loser, my dear. The machine's whirring grew deafening, the green beam now solid and unyielding as it finally began removing the Omnitrix from me. My energy reserves were running low, and I could feel the alien device struggling and failing to resist the pull. For the first time, the possibility of losing it felt terrifyingly real. Not like this, I muttered, sparks flying off my metal body as I tried in vain to break free from the beam's grip. Vilgax loomed before me, a cruel smirk on her face as she raised her weapon for another blow. But before she could strike, a sudden, familiar voice roared through the chaos. "Jen, hang in there." I turned my head just enough to catch a glimpse of Grandma Maxine and Gwen, their faces a mixture of determination and fear. In Maxine's hands was the null and void gun, the one I haven't seen since Mount Rushmore. "Guys, what are you doing?" I shouted, panic creeping into my voice as I worried about their safety. "Saving your butt, that's what," Gwen called back, helping Grandma steady the gun as it charged up. Dr. Animo's attention snapped toward them, and I saw the mad scientist's triumphant grin falter. "No, don't you dare." But before Animo could finish, the null void gun fired and let out a swirling vortex erupting from its front lens. The portal expanded rapidly, its gravitational pull catching everything in its path. Vilgax turned, her eyes widening as the vortex began tugging at her massive frame. She dug her claws into the ground, snarling with rage. "You insolent!" Karen let out a guttural roar, her grotesque wings beating furiously against the pull, but even her hybrid strength struggled against the force. Dr. Animo clung to her machine, screaming obscenities. "You fools! You'll ruin everything." The machine finally succumbed to the vortex's strength, sparks flying as it was ripped apart piece by piece. Dr. Animo let out a scream of fury as she lost her grip and was sucked into the portal, her cries fading into the swirling void. The vortex intensified and I could feel its pull on me as well. My upgrade form wasn't heavy enough to resist, but I could at least stretch myself to reach my family. However, as my lower body had been swallowed by the portal, I reached instead for the null void gun and immediately assimilated its technological blueprints. "This isn't over, Tennyson." Vilgax's resistance faltered next as she bellowed before being dragged in, her massive frame disappearing into the swirling chaos. Before both Gwen and Grandma could shout for me in fear for my safety, I merely blinked with my singular neon-lighted eye and said, "Thanks for the save. Be right back." As Maxine nodded back at me with a trusting smile, I noticed Gwen's eyes weren't on me, they were on Karen, conflicted, as though some part of him still saw the person she used to be. "Karen, wake up," he shouted at her. "This isn't you. You don't have to do this." Karen's gaze flickered, her monstrous features twisting with something almost human, anger, pain, or regret. I couldn't tell, but it was gone in an instant, replaced by her usual cold resolve. "You're wasting your breath, Gwen," she spat, her claws digging into the ground to resist the pull, but failing. "I chose this." Corinne held out the longest, her hybrid form resisting with sheer ferocity, but even she couldn't hold out forever. "You haven't won," she screamed, as the vortex claimed her too. I barely had time to react as the pull on me intensified and the vortex yanked the rest of my body. The last thing I saw were the faces of Gwen and Grandma before everything went dark. Before I could properly brace myself, I was flung through a blinding vortex of swirling yellow light. My form flickered uncontrollably as the Omnitrix struggled to stabilize under the chaotic energies, the sensation of falling stretching endlessly. Then, with a bone-jarring thud, I landed hard on a jagged, floating chunk of rock. Groaning, I pushed myself upright from the metallic puddle my body had become on impact. My gaze darted around, trying to make sense of my surroundings. Endless void in shades of deep purples and fiery oranges stretched as far as the eye could see. The air, or whatever passed for it, was thick, heavy with a strange trail of energy that seemed to vibrate within my non-existent bones. Around me, floating fragments of what seemed like shattered worlds drifted lazily, each one glowing faintly at its edges, as if barely holding themselves together. Even as I tried to remain focused, the unnerving void seemed alive, watching me. Its silence was broken only by distant, echoing roars and faint whispers. The weight of the place pressed down on me like a challenge, daring me to falter. A violent crash behind me shook the platform I was on, nearly sending me tumbling over the edge. I turned just in time to see Vilgax rise from her impact, her massive frame imposing as ever. Her crimson eyes swept over the area, cold and calculating. I dropped into a defensive stance instinctively, though even she seemed momentarily distracted by the oppressive energy of this strange dimension. Before she could say anything, a shrill scream pierced the air. Dr. Animo tumbled out of the portal next, landing in a heap of shattered machine parts. Her mutated pets followed soon after, their grotesque forms squirming and snarling as if lost and confused. Then, a guttural roar echoed above us, announcing Karin's arrival. She slammed into the rocky platform with such force that cracks spidered across its surface. Her monstrous wings flared wide and her eyes burned with unbridled fury as she fought to her feet, her claws scraping against the unstable ground. The null void. Vilgax finally growled, her voice reverberating ominously in the thick air. A dimension where the universe's most dangerous beings are exiled. Prisoners, monsters. And now, us. Perfect, Karin muttered under her breath, brushing dust off her shoulders and kicking a loose rock into the void. Just perfect. I glanced down, realizing how precariously small the rock was for the four of us. Its edges crumbled into the swirling chaos below, a constant reminder of how little margin for error we had. Dr. Animo scrambled to her feet, frantically adjusting her cracked glasses. No, no, no. This is all wrong. My calculation— Save it, Doc, Vilgax snapped, her frustration boiling over. Her eyes locked onto me, and the tension in the air became suffocating. At least we've cornered our prey. Her weakened state will make this all the easier. I gritted my teeth, my form still unable to shift to another transformation due to the Omnitrix being glitching out after Dr. Animo's machine almost took it from me. But if I wanted to manifest a null void gun to get out of here, I'd need to create space between me and my opponents, and fast. Before any of us could make a move, however, a voice cut through the oppressive silence, stopping us in our tracks. Hey, Jen, mind if I join the party? My head snapped up. Lying casually on a smaller floating rock nearby was me. Well, not me, but an alternate dimension version of me. Ysiga man. Reborn's POV. I know, kind of an a-hole move just showing now, especially after all the struggle Jen had gone through. But what you don't get is that not only didn't she ask for my help up till now, but I also needed to know if Jen's version of Azimuth would have shown up once it became clear that the Omnitrix could have been removed. Suffice to say that from what I got, Jen's version of Azimuth either doesn't really care all that much about what's happening here, or she somehow knew I was going to learn how to switch dimensions just in time to help Jen out. Even after spending time in my ultimate Galvan grey matter form, I concluded that the chances of the second option being plausible were basically negligible. Just for reference, it was considerably more likely that due to it being Animo's machine, it might have provoked Jen's Omnitrix to activate its self-destruction mode, so I've concluded that Jen's Azimuth was still skulking around in Xenon oblivious to what was happening to her creation. Regardless, what I had before me was the perfect opportunity to enjoy fighting the enemies that no longer plagued my dimension. Who's that, Jen? Another cousin of yours? The evil version of Kate that I've come to know from spying through Jen's Omnitrix as Karin asked with noticeable annoyance. Curiously, her mutations weren't exactly equal to the ones presented by her male counterpart. Ben, you are quite the sight for sore eyes, Jen told me with a sheepish smile, completely lowering her guard as she looked at me. I was just about to ask for a little help, but my phone got messed up. Ha! Ben, Karin laughed out loud. What's the deal with you Tennysons and your rhyming names? Stay vigilant, Miss Levin, Dr. Animo suggested while letting go of her ruined machine. I don't believe a regular kid would be just laying around in a place such as this. This variant of the mad scientist I've manipulated during the forever nights in my dimension appeared like a bootleg version of the female Doc Ock from the first Spider-Verse movie. Reveal your purpose, boy, Vilgax demanded coldly, showing me that I had the undivided attention of the trio of villains. Rising up to my full height while dusting off my clothes, I stared down at them with a confident smile and faked a magical stunt with my hands only to reveal my own Omnitrix. Impossible. The three villains all shouted in surprise as I casually fell from the floating rock I was standing on and landed next to Jen without breaking a sweat. "You've done good, kid. Rest for now," I told Jen while patting her in the head with my left hand, mentally commanding Alpha to repair her Omnitrix. "I will handle it from here." Glancing back at the three villains that had teamed up to defeat my cute pupil, I began wondering what I should do with each one of them. "Ladies, here is the deal," I said, always finding it amusing how my opponents so often underestimated me. "Bow down and swear that you will end your villainous ways, otherwise don't blame me for not taking it easy on you." "Shut up," Karen growled as she rushed at me full speed with clear murderous intent. Unfortunately for her, I had long learned how to assume one of my alien forms in a blink of an eye, just as the bright green flash momentarily blinded Karen's sight of me. My bluish large hand caught her by the throat. With both Vilgax and Dr. Animo's shocked stares on my ultimate Tetramand, four arms transformation casually strangling Karen with a single hand, I let out a satisfied laugh. Thank God I managed to drill it in Kate's thick head that being a knucklehead is never a good idea. I thought before subtly brainwashing her to make sure she would follow the path of redemption that would have made her consider joining Gen 5 years from now. Having finished that, I coldly chokeslammed Karen down, aiming to knock her out, completely obliterating the ground we were standing on and sending my first victim into the unending void at ludicrous speed. Fortunately, by then Jen had noticed I'd fixed her watch and restored its master control, proved by how she quickly assumed her puke queen stinkfly form and took flight. "Yeah, give them hell, Ben," Jen cheered for me, to which I just responded with a confident thumbs up. As for the other remaining villains, Vilgax easily jumped for another floating rock that could support her weight, while Dr. Animo was aided by her giant fiery bat, but her second pet ended up falling down until it crashed into another rock. "Man, when did you get this form?" Jen asked me with her high-pitched voice as she hovered in place next me. "You mean this guy?" I asked smugly while flexing my massive blue arm. "Don't tell me you haven't recognized Handefa's favorite dancing partner." "Oh my God, don't tell me you managed to..." Just as the realization hit Jen, someone else spoke up. "Accelerate its evolution." "That's my idea," Dr. Animo declared as she remembered her own DNA transmodulator technology. "Vilgax, you must help me acquire that boy's Omnitrix." "I need to do nothing. Insufferable human," Vilgax growled at the mad scientist, scaring her as she rode her giant bat. "Since both your machine has failed its purpose and the lesser version of the Omnitrix has been defeated with a single attack, your usefulness has ended." Just as Vilgax was about to turn to face me, I sent her flying back, hitting her straight in the chest while curled up in a ball, though for the first time I had assumed my ultimate Arbirian Pellerota cannon bolt form. Fortunately, instead of the massive disappointment that was its canon depiction, I now appeared as a massive armored pangolin-like pillbug alien with 4 limbs and a massive flat tail that naturally stood upright with a hunched body. My backside and shoulders were covered in durable metallic armor and nasty spikes. "So glad you have decided to go for some cybernetic enhancements in this dimension," I told Vilgax, who had landed against a faraway larger piece of rock and was now both bleeding and shedding off pieces of her broken armor. Otherwise, this would have been a very pathetic rematch for the two of us. Right then, probably hoping that I wasn't paying attention at her, Dr. Animo ordered her flying beast to turn around and flee from me. "Come on, Doc," before using my tail to propel me towards her direction with great momentum. "Didn't the secretary tell you that you have an appointment with me?" As I shot past them while curled up in a ball, I left my tail dangling just so I could slap Dr. Animo's mount instead of having to risk killing them both with the impact. However, the tail slap was still no joke given how I easily tore off the flaming bat's head. Meanwhile, as Dr. Animo began falling to the endless abyss beneath us, Jen could only gawk from a distance at how effortlessly I managed to turn the tables on the villainous group that had almost defeated her. Luckily for Dr. Animo, her mutated frog reached her just in time to prevent any fatal fall on the first rock she would have come into contact with. Before I could continue with tormenting the poor old doctor, Vilgax felt confident enough to try sneak attack me with one of her infamous power strikes. However, it barely registered on me as I had an extra layer of defense with my tail now wrapped around me. I really don't want to sound rude here, Vilgax, I pointed out before spinning in place while just like Sonic usually do before dashing forward. But your male version definitely punched way harder than you. After saying that, I released the metaphorical brake pedal and immediately ran her over with my spikes, leaving even deeper cuts and stripping her from the rest of her armor this time. Tiska, why don't you just lay there for a moment while I finish getting my prescription with the good doctor? I told Vilgax as I kept my momentum while ricocheting all around the floating rocks in my path like a pinball ball. Jen, would you mind keeping an eye on her?
I'm on it.
I heard her voice as she shifted forms and darted towards the fallen alien conqueror, finally reaching the still retreating figure of Dr. Animo, who was mounted on her alien mutated giant frog. I fell right before where her mount was about to land from its last leap. Twirling in place with my tail left hanging again, I easily threaded another one of her mutant minions and launching it aside while Dr. Animo was left in place before falling down to the ground. You know, I began while turning back to my human form, clearly startling the already spooked mad scientist. Since you haven't attacked me yet, my offer still stands. All right, I give up. You've beaten me, Dr. Animo surrendered with her arms raised before giving one of her creepy smiles. Take me to jail, Tennyson from a different dimension. You are rotten to the core, aren't you, ma'am? Lucky you that you are also brilliant. I snicker at her after already knowing her superficial thoughts without even having to use my magical aura. And who said anything about jail? I don't understand. Her mad grin immediately faltered. But you said... I know what I said. I told her with a dismissive hand gesture, actually glad that Jen was nearby. But who are we fooling? The great Dr. Animo would never let a slight go unanswered, nor would she forswear her ways. Well, at least not in this dimension. This time I was the one to give out a wicked smile as my eyes glowed green and Dr. Animo found herself powerless to stop me. Took me no more than a minute to settle things with the brains of this operation before speeding all the way back to Jen, who had managed to keep the badly wounded Vilgax in place. Is everything well around here? Asked once I halted my speed while in my Canicilleran form and lifted my face visor. As well as it can be, Ben, she replied, already back to her human form. She is still breathing and Karin hasn't come back yet. These evolved forms of yours totally know how to settle things quickly. Jen raised her left arm towards me, displaying her Omnitrix to me with a friendly smile. Thanks for the tech support, but any chance you can get me that upgrade of yours? Not yet, buddy. Perhaps as a birthday gift, if you don't get your hands on it earlier, I told her while reaching to give her a gentle head rub. You are already acting like a pro hero, you know? Cut it out, dude, she said gently, brushing my hand to the side before twirling a strand of her hair round her finger, her face now starting to blush. But thanks for the compliment. You are welcome. I told her while picking up the gadget I've built from the blueprint I got of Tetrax's prison cube, deploying a floating blue cube of energy that enveloped the female Vilgax and shrunk her down for more practical transportation. Wow, Jen remarked with an impressed smile, noticing the empty spot Vilgax was laid down just a few moments ago. Guess I already know what you've done to Dr. Animo. A pity you had to punch Karin into the next week. Your version of her must have made you quite angry for you to chokeslam her like you did. To be honest, not really. It's just that these ultimate forms are no joke, I said while scratching the back of my head, making her believe that I wasn't going after Karin due to having accidentally sent her beyond our reach. With luck, this dimension will knock some sense into the head of this version of yours. From Jen's expression, I could easily see that she was surprised by the prospect of having too much power to handle, probably understanding why I wasn't all that on board with sharing it with her this soon. Nah, I've already lost count of how many times I've tried to make her see the jerk she had become after she got a taste of the Omnitrix. Even Gwen almost got hurt trying to reason with her. Jen eventually opened up to me about it. I just hope this place keeps her from hurting any more innocent lives. Me too, was all I could say, with Jen getting serious all of a sudden. Until her mood lit up again and she began making small talk, obviously understating that since the bad guys have been dealt with, my reason for staying here was gone. It's nice to finally meet you properly, face to face without you being stuck inside my cousin's body. You look older than him, though, no offense. He. Why would I take offense? I'm still enough of a kid to not bother about my age. I told her with a chuckle. Sure, makes sense, she quickly replied with an embarrassed smile until she recalled that she needed to go back before her family would start getting worried enough to come for her. Oh man, there's so much I would like to speak about, but Grandma and Glenn are still waiting for me back home. Would you like to meet them? Thanks for the offer, but I think I will pass this time, I told her with a friendly tone. Perhaps next time I might bring you to my dimension and show you my version of our family. Dude, that would be so cool, she said while immediately getting excited. Then I guess it is goodbye for now. I'm afraid so, little Jen. Take care, I said, offering her my hand for her to shake. Instead, she rushed at me with a hug. Thanks again for showing up. You were my hero today, she said, with her mouth being somewhat muffled by her close proximity to my chest as she retreated back and quickly assumed her upgrade form. It didn't escape me that she was about to start shedding some tears. With the most powerful device in the universe or not, she was still a 10-year-old girl, and she had gone through the ringer just recently. Watching as she managed to replicate the plumber technology with her hand, she eventually manifested her own portal back to her dimension, stopping for a moment to say her last goodbye, to which I merely nodded back with a reassuring smile. Once the golden portal was over, I could go back to what I'd been doing before, rushing to rescue Jen. I went back to explore this uncharted realm. But one thing I noticed inside my pants pocket before moving was a golden sumo slammer card that obviously had been a gift from Jen. That sneaky kid, I mused with genuine appreciation for the token of appreciation she left for me. Far beyond the reaches of Earth, on a modest world orbiting a sun whose light barely touched the galaxy's turbulent heart, a sanctuary flourished. Once an empty, barren land, it had been shaped into a haven by countless hands belonging to refugees, outcasts, and the weary survivors of conflicts that had scarred the stars. Among them was a unique group of settlers, gladiators recently freed from the arenas of the mega-cruiser where they had been forced to fight for the profit of Slicks, Vigma, and the entertainment of his patrons. For these souls, there had been no home to return to, no world waiting to welcome them. And so they forged something new, a community built on survival, solidarity, and the unyielding will to rebuild lives shattered by war and captivity. But their resilience alone wasn't what set this settlement apart. It was something deeper, something intangible yet unmistakable. Among the community's many gatherings and routines, whispers of a new faith began to spread, a belief system so profound and unifying that it caught the attention of neighboring settlements, drawing pilgrims and the curious from all corners of the planet. This faith, now known as the Omnifaith, embraced all races and cultures, uniting beings of starkly different origins under a single guiding principle, the belief in a Messiah. This prophesied figure, known only as the Great Deliverer, was said to rise in a time of galactic need to heal the wounds of the cosmos, purge the corruption festering in its heart, and lead all sentient beings toward harmony. At the heart of this burgeoning movement stood three figures who were both its architects and its living symbols. They were no strangers to the galaxy's harsh realities. Once bound to the will of a monstrous entity known as the Great One, their lives had been steeped in darkness and servitude. Yet now they stood as beacons of renewal, their rebirth marked by new names and roles that reflected their transformed purpose. Nermathatiki, the lawgiver, stood tall at the forefront, his voice carrying the weight of wisdom and authority. Once a manipulative leader who twisted words into weapons, he now wove sermons of unity, hope, and purpose. At his side was Ektelestiki, the executor whose imposing presence had once been synonymous with brute force and fear. Now he was the stalwart protector of the faith, dedicating his strength to safeguarding their shared vision and those who followed it. Completing the triad was Hermeneftiki, the interpreter whose gift for understanding and bridging languages had once been used to enforce domination. Now he used it to connect disparate peoples and bring the faith's teachings to the farthest corners of the galaxy. Together, these three, once harbingers of despair, had become the stewards of a new hope. The Omnifaith's rise was swift, its message resonating deeply with the displaced and disenfranchised. It offered a sense of purpose, a belief that the galaxy's fractured state could one day be mended and that their collective suffering had meaning within a grander design. On this day, as the twin moons of the planet rose high, their pale light bathed a vast congregation gathered for a ceremonial chant. Thousands stood together, their voices rising in rhythmic harmony. At the forefront, Nomathetaki raised his hand, silencing the crowd with the ease of a practiced leader. "Brothers and sisters of the stars," he began, his voice calm yet commanding, "we were once scattered, broken, and enslaved. We come from different worlds, speak different tongues, and bear different scars, but today we stand as one. Through faith, we have found purpose. Through unity, we have found strength. And through the promise of the great deliverer, we will find redemption for ourselves and for the galaxy." The crowd erupted into cheers, a tidal wave of sound that echoed across the settlement and into the surrounding wilderness. Beneath the surface of their devotion, an unspoken truth lingered. This faith had been born of pain, but its roots were strong, its foundation unshakable. Above them, the stars shimmered faintly in the night sky, their light a reminder of the vastness of the galaxy and of the challenges yet to come. Far beyond their sight, on a distant planet known as Earth, the architect of their liberation walked a path of his own, aware of how the seeds he had sown were already beginning to bloom. This faith, this Omnifaith, was but the beginning, and one day its reach would stretch far beyond this humble world, its voice carrying the name of its deliverer to every corner of the cosmos.